revelations and its implications around politics and power.
On a pitch-black night off the coast of California, newly leaked video allegedly shows one of the U.S. Navy's stealth ships tracking an unknown object in the sky. And after a few minutes...
Splashed. Mark bearing range.
I spoke to Jeremy Corbell recently to organise his forthcoming interview on Under the Skin, and he told me the reason that this particular piece of footage is significant is because the object transitions between being in the air and under the water. That distinction shows that it requires a propulsion system that is difficult to conceive of having ever come from human beings. Me, I'm only interested in the tech as so far as it indicates an intelligence beyond what we can conceive of. And that's always been obvious, hasn't it? It's like, as was it Arthur C. Clarke says, you know, either there is extraterrestrial life or there isn't, and we're alone in the universe. Either proposition is kind of giddying and amazing. But for this historic moment we are experiencing now, what's interesting is that something that was always on the periphery of culture, always in the margins, discussed by nerds and eccentrics, always seen through the lens of the B-movie or the psychotic. Probes from an alien, you're some kind of weirdo, son. Like, now, it's Barack Obama is talking about it. The Pentagon are admitting it. Now, gosh, don't think of me as some sort of super cynic ridden with doubt, but why are they saying this? Particularly as we're living in a really interesting time due to the pandemic and the consequences of the pandemic, the legislative changes and restrictions that are resulting from the pandemic, the pharmaceutical implications of the pandemic, what's happening between America and China. You can't, I don't think, divorce this from geopolitics. Where does this event fit into the geopolitical landscape of today? How is it being used? Or is it simply a kind of a smoke bomb sideshow situation? It can't be, can it? Because if there is life beyond Earth, intelligence beyond Earth, and as I, for one, have always expected, that intelligence has been communicating with humankind throughout history, and even biblical encounters of celestial beings are in fact reports of extraterrestrial life, that the way that we perceive of consciousness, i.e. consciousness happens inside the brain and can't be transmitted, versus the idea of consciousness being a kind of a frequency that we can all tune into. All of these ideas become attached. They are the cargo of this revelation. If there are spacecraft that can transition into aquatic travel and aeronautical travel, then that means that they're using propulsion systems that operate outside of our understanding of physics. That energy, the most fundamental component of reality, is behaving in ways that we can't comprehend. Of course, the revelations in the realm of quantum physics opened our minds to the possibility that we are operating in a narrow bandwidth of all potential realities, even observable to us are different physical laws playing out. But this casts it wider open still. What are the political, spiritual, economic, ideological ramifications of such an earth-shattering event?
The 2019 footage obtained by filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, who last month released another video of an upside-down pyramid UFO hovering above a Navy destroyer.
Jeremy Corbell did indicate to me that there would be great revelations. I made it clear to him that what interests me most of all are the spiritual side of it. I'm interested in, you know, because you watch these videos, I'm interested in systems of power are organised. That's what interests me most. Because this has come from the Pentagon, I think, well, hold on, the Pentagon, it's not like Mary Poppins has told us, well, we can tell you now, kids, there are UFOs. It's the Pentagon. Like, you know, you only need to look into the kind of deals those guys are involved in. Proceed with caution, proceed with caution. And when, you know, blue church legacy figures such as Barack Obama are talking about it publicly, this is a cultural and contextual shift. But for me, the underlying reality that we're dealing with something profound beyond, unprecedentedly profound, has to be acknowledged and explored.
The mission of ATIF was quite simple. It was to collect and analyze information involving anomalous aerial vehicles. What I guess in the vernacular you call them UFOs.
Those of you that have watched this footage, the first thing you have to get past is that man's sort of beard.
We call them UAPs.
For me, even if someone's talking about UFOs or UAPs or whatever they're called, OAPs or IPCs or whatever they're called now, even if they're talking about that, I will have to spend a little while going, that's an interesting piece of facial hair.
Imagine a technology that can do 600 to 700 G-forces, that can fly at 13,000 miles an hour, that it can evade radar, and that can fly through air and water and possibly space. And, oh, by the way, has no obvious signs of propulsion, no wings, no control surfaces, and yet still can defy the natural effects of Earth's gravity.
What this does is opens up plausible speculation. Have we been in touch with extraterrestrial for a long while? What are events like Roswell? What's been going on at Area 51? All of these kind of questions now, once again, are revitalised. What I suppose I see positive about this is a time where we need to examine new paradigms. With the pandemic, the connotations and complications that have come from it, people are saying, well, how can we ever go back to normal again? What is normal now? Well, me, as a father of young children and a person that's always been suspicious of power and authority, I am reflecting on how the world could be organised.
It's all about basketball, baby. In, out, in, out. Step back. I can't let you make that shot.
The Sifu can't stop himself from talking. Switch it up. Switch it up.
Differently, more fairly. My sense is that in certain areas like comfort and consuming, we need to be ready to compromise and change, but we might be able to re-engage once more with a kind of a mystery embracing sense of community, that we might be able to live together tribally, communally, connected to nature and one another, with the new knowledge that what's happening on Earth is special and magnificent, but not unique. There is life elsewhere, there are different layers to reality, that there are different technological solutions outside of the limitations of what human beings previously thought of as possible. And our new kings, their tech billionaires and their financial heft and might, which is being transposed into ideological might. Well, we've built this company and this company, we should be in charge of the future. Well, no, not necessarily. Not if there are extraterrestrial intelligence that we're interacting with which are inconceivably advanced. They're at a point that we're not going to see in 5, 10, 20, 30 lifetimes before people are manipulating gravity and manipulating potentially time and operating not only in this dimension in ways that we can't conceive of, but potentially outside of this dimension. That's how deep it is. We've been trained to kind of see it in a sort of a COD cartoon, somewhat immature and disposable way. But the philosophical connotations of an advanced technological species interacting with the Earth, of course, is by its nature paradigm shifting. It opens up new potentials of reality. It means we can look at established authority and established order with new eyes, with the possibility of real change. This is where change can come from. This is one of the things that can be mobilized and its implications for consciousness and the way that we understand reality.
Recently released images may not convince UFO skeptics, but the Pentagon admits it doesn't know what in the world this is. So what do you say to the skeptics? It's refracted light, weather balloons, a rocket being launched, Venus.
Venus can't fly around above a battleship like a little green bit of Toblerone.
In some cases, there are simple explanations for what people are witnessing, but there are some that are not. We're not just simply jumping to a conclusion that's saying, oh, that's a UAP out there. We're going through our due diligence. Is it some sort of new type of cruise missile technology that China has developed? Is it some sort of high-altitude balloon that's conducting reconnaissance?
I read the comments, and if you're in the comments going, this is a Chinese thing, stop spoiling it. This is magical space, people. This is a glorious new epoch with new advanced technologies, themselves an indication not only of a greater intelligence, but a greater consciousness, beyond the previous limitations of our species. Of course, the Pentagon, and by virtue of that fact, the American government could be using this in a propagandist way. What else would they be doing? I hear you. But the important thing is that there is extraterrestrial life. That's the important revelation here.
Who is Onision? The story is fascinating.
He has cult status on the internet and amongst YouTube.
I was 17 by the time he said that he loved me.
We wouldn't allow it to happen in person, so why do we allow it to happen online?
Onision in real life. Streaming now, only on Discovery Plus.
It was so bad.
Pentagon confirms these are images of objects it can't identify. Lieutenant Graves told us pilots training off the Atlantic coast see things like that all the time.
All the time. It's a normal, ordinary thing. Well, you know, if there are spaceships, why don't they land on the White House lawn? Bloody hell, you couldn't handle Donald Trump being in the White House.
Every day for at least a couple of years.
Wait, every day for a couple of years?
Mm-hmm.
David Fravor, a graduate of the Top Gun Naval Flight School and commander of the F-18 squadron on the USS Nimitz, and flying at his wing, Lieutenant Alex Dietrich.
And we saw this little white tic-tac looking object.
No, that is a tic-tac.
And it's just kind of moving above the Whitewater area.
As Dietrich circled above, Fravor went in for a closer look. Sort of spiraling down?
The tic-tac still pointing north-south.
Stop calling it a tic-tac. Reminds me of that confirmation. It undermines it. And there's a Toblerone one and a Toblerone one. The universe is alive. With confectionery.
It goes and just turns abruptly and starts mirroring me. So as I'm coming down, it starts coming up.
So it's mimicking your moves.
Yeah, it was aware we were there.
He said it was about the size of his F-18, with no markings, no wings, no exhaust plumes.
So I want to see how close I can get. So I go like this, and it's climbing still. When it gets right in front of me, it just disappears.
Disappears.
His mood's not changing.
Disappears.
When's he going to go, bloody hell, this is amazing. He's too sort of aloof. I like him, but he's aloof.
What are you thinking?
So your mind tries to make sense of it. I'm going to categorize this as maybe a helicopter or maybe a drone. And when it disappeared, I mean, it was just...
Did your backseaters see this too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I suppose the tendency to categorize it as something ordinary could be, we could transpose that notion onto different forms of understanding of reality. We're like, the famous adage of the Aztec folk that couldn't see the arriving ships of Spanish crusaders. We are unable to see the potentialities of visual grammar and philosophical implications that we're unable to interpret.
There was 4 of us in the airplanes literally watching this thing for roughly about 5 minutes.
Seconds later, the Princeton reacquired the target,
60 miles away.
The average adult has 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop in their body at any given moment. Seems crazy, right? All that poop just sitting there, rotting away inside their entire...
Away.
That one's actually literally out of Star Wars. It's like Darth Vader's spaceship.
Another crew managed to briefly lock onto it with a targeting camera before it zipped off again.
You know, I think that over beers we've sort of said, hey man.
Over beers? Hey man, is it literally Top Gun? And then sometimes during volleyball, you know, there's a bit of tension between me and Iceman. We'd work it out.
And if I saw this solo, I don't know that I would have come back and said anything because it sounds so crazy when I say it.
You understand that reaction?
I do. I've had some people tell me, you know, when you say that, you can sound crazy. I'll be honest, I'm not a UFO guy.
But from what I hear you guys saying, there's something.
Yes. Oh, there's definitely something.
Tic-tacs.
Who's building it? Who's got the technology? Who's got the brains? But there's something out there that was better than our airplane.
Fascinating. Well, this is very exciting and points beautifully to our forthcoming interview on Under the Skin, my Luminary podcast with Jeremy Corbell, where I'll be talking about the spiritual implications, the philosophical connotations. If you've got any questions or any areas of this you'd like to explore, put them in the comments below. If you want to see more videos about UFOs and stuff like this, let us know. Please like and please subscribe. It really helps us. And would you sign up to my mailing list? I've got some important, brilliant, insightful announcements coming your way soon. Go over to russellbrand.com and sign up for that now. The truth is in the Pentagon. Thanks for watching.
Those recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs. For the first time, radar images recorded inside a Navy ship have confirmed the presence of several unknown objects that swarmed around the ship for hours. IG reporter George Knapp knew the story that broke today on Mystery Wire. Thanks, Brian. Over the past 3 years or so, the public has been able to see several astounding images of what certainly qualify as UFOs during encounters with the U.S. Navy. There's no question that the Pentagon has censored data to go along with the photos and videos, but none of that information has been leaked or otherwise released. That is, until today.
For 2 long hours on the night of July 15, 2019, the crew of the USS Omaha detected on multiple sensor systems unknown objects that surrounded the ship as it moved through ocean waters west of San Diego. One of the objects, a self-illuminated sphere at least 6 feet in diameter, flew alongside the Omaha for an extended period and was observed through a thermal sensor in the ship's combat center. Filmmaker Jeremy Corbell released the Navy video weeks ago and says similar events were reported by 8 other Navy ships in the same area over 3 days.
Mark Bering Range.
There were numerous warships that are having similar, it appears to be coordinated interaction, and this whole series was within this kind of, I'd say, circumference of 100 miles, and there was up to 50 to 100 contacts.
In the last 3 years, the Pentagon has reluctantly confirmed the legitimacy of UFO images captured by Navy ships and air crews, including these photos taken off the coast of Virginia and the better-known videos, the so-called Tic Tac incident and the gimbal. But other than the images themselves, there's been no release of censored data to buttress these cases. There is now.
Well, if you can write a general lat long where we're at. And what contacts you got, you can force the speed meter.
So what do y'all think about the new UFO declassifications? They're going to keep showing us more videos that these military departments, such as the Navy, have captured with their own sensors, their own equipment, It's not some weird ass drunk dude driving down the highway and taking pictures with his cell phone camera. Some motherfuckers hiking in the woods taking pictures with their Nikon. This is government, military technology, fucking infrared, LiDAR, night vision, whatever. They got all that shit, yo. And so their equipment and their technology is picking up some shit. Like, it's just not some shaky ass cell phone video. And so now they're letting us see what they have found. But at the same time, you know it's not everything, because if they got a spacecraft that's approximately 6 feet in length and it's flying beside a carrier for hours, there would be some very, very high detailed, high resolution images of whatever that is. If we can see if the Hubble telescope can see fucking galaxies light years away, you can't tell me you can't get a very good image of something that's a half a mile away from you. And that's the only thing I say about fucking even the military shit that they give us. It's still kind of blurry sometimes. Y'all motherfuckers can't tell me y'all ain't got better images of that shit. Once again, y'all have the best technology. You can't tell me you don't have some type of imaging system that can fucking generate enough pixels where a motherfucker can see exactly what the fuck we're looking at, not just like some fuzzy blob. So they're telling us shit and they're showing us a little bit of shit, but I guarantee you there's definitely way more high resolution images that they will not show us.
Over a period of hours, crew members on the USS Omaha, which is located in the center of this radar screen, monitored the approach of the unknown objects, as many as 14 at one point, all around the ship. 2 different radar systems watched the objects and estimated their speed.
Track 781 just sped up to 46 knots, 50 knots, coding in. 138 knots, not fast. So that much pretty much perfectly 000 relative, right? Yeah.
Corbell obtained the images from sources he declines to identify. The Pentagon's UAP task force considers the Omaha spheres to be true unknowns. The ships that were under observation by the unknowns were unable to track where they came from or where they disappeared to. The Omaha sphere appears to have vanished into the ocean.
Splashed.
At that point, it also vanished from all sensors. In one video snippet, 9 of the objects were seen around the Omaha, but 2 of them dropped off, somehow invisible to 2 radar systems.
And it supports the hypothesis that these are not just a balloon dropping into the water, or it's not something that is easily explained. These are true unidentifieds in mass number, and we'll talk more about that, but that's what we're showing people, where you have radar data that goes with FLIR data, what everybody has been belly aching for. So here you go.
If these are foreign-made high-tech drones, how do they fly with no wings, rotors, or detectable exhaust? Do they possess some sort of cloaking ability? The sensor data, combined with the video images, raises difficult questions.
These are unidentified. We don't know what they are. Everybody tries to corner me in saying they're aliens or something like that. I have no idea.
Hey, George Knapp, 8 News Now.
The video of the radar screens consists of 4 clips that were spliced together to show that this went on over a period of time. Today, less than 4 hours after that video was made public by us, a Pentagon spokesperson confirmed it is legit, that it was recorded by Navy personnel and is in the hands of the UAP task force. That's the unit created to prepare a report for Congress that is due next month.
Hyundai Tucson versus Honda CR-V.
Oh my, I hate doing this.
Hyundai Tucson wins every time. Lease either a 2022 Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month or a 2022 Tucson Hybrid for $259 a month. Hurry in.
brand new high-tech way to instantly cool down any room in your home, no matter how hot it is outside. Even if you have air conditioning in your house right now, summer heat waves are becoming worse and worse. And this summer's heat wave is predicted to be so powerful that they can knock out the power grid, leaving your home without AC for days or even weeks. During the hot summer months, this can lead to brutal days indoors where you can't escape the heat. You're constantly drenched in sweat, even while you're trying to sleep at night. And for people who have
This is 26-year-old Dawson McGee, sitting in a police interrogation room in the early hours of a Tuesday morning. The Monday night before, he stabbed his own mother to death for asking him to move out of the house and get a job. Dawson is unaware that he is being recorded on a hidden camera. In 3 seconds from now, he will hear the sound of the door being opened by a detective. And at that exact moment, you will see a remarkably noticeable switch in his demeanor.
There's something I want to talk to you about. Looks like you don't have to move on. What do you tell me? People calling me and said something happened at home. To Mom, they're very bad. What happened to my mom? Well, that's what I'm asking you. I was waiting for the time that my brother and sister to tell me. Okay. Well, so, was your sister home this weekend? I'm supposed to have one, Jenny? If you want one. Am I supposed to have one? I should request one, Jenny. Well, that's up to you if you like one. But we'd like to talk to you. You want to ask for the attorney?
It would come as no surprise that a judge deemed him fit to stand trial. A jury then found him legally sane, and he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his mother, all of which was in spite of a continuous charade of mental illness similar to the one you see here. Dawson clearly believed that his passage through the legal system would somehow be easier if he were presumed insane, which is a naive, yet somewhat common misconception that many suspects make when facing serious charges. They have this notion that a plea of insanity would either lower the severity of their punishment or liberate them from it altogether. That instead of being sent to prison, they would simply be released back into society, perhaps with a free psychotherapeutic program to attend on the weekends. This is, of course, a far cry from reality. In the United States, if you're found responsible for a serious offense, but also found not guilty of the crime by reason of insanity, you will be institutionalized at a high-security psychiatric facility. These institutions are without question some of the darkest and most disturbing places in the system. And if you're not actually suffering from the crippling effects of mental illness, living in this type of environment will be a mentally agonizing experience. The foresight of what occurs inside these units would make the majority wish to avoid them. But once you are in, it is very hard to get out, and you will have to serve the same, if not a greater amount of time than you would have had to serve at a regular prison. So to put it briefly, if you commit a serious offense and then pretend to be crazy in order to get away with it, your life from that point forward will be an extremely dark and uncomfortable existence, whether you manage to fool the system or not. But there is one benefit, which is the elimination of capital punishment. The United States cannot execute someone deemed insane during the time of their offense, which is the only conceivable reason a defendant would cling to this narrative even after knowing what lies ahead should it succeed. And and this happens to be a notion that ties in closely to the primary subject of this video. It will focus on one particular individual whose interrogation footage is so fraught with blatant trickery that most of the segments presented to you won't even need suggestive commentary. You can simply observe and judge for yourself whether you see authentic behavior or not. But before showing you what pretending to be crazy looks like, we'll briefly show you a genuine case of the criminally insane, or at least a far more convincing one. This is 18-year-old Jared Murray, a freshman at East Central University in Oklahoma. On a Wednesday evening in December, he asked fellow student Gennaro Sanchez for a ride to Walmart. Once they got there, Murray pulled out a handgun and made Gennaro drive to an isolated country road where he shot him twice in the head. He then attempted to hitchhike to Canada, but was soon apprehended by police on the side of the road. He immediately confessed to the crime once apprehended, and was then interrogated by the arresting officer.
I went down to his dorm room and asked if I could be given a ride to Walmart in exchange for $20 gas money.
So he took you to Walmart?
Yes, sir.
And did you both go in?
No, we did not go in, sir.
And why not?
We pulled into the parking lot, then I pulled the weapon on him and demanded that he take me to Asher, Oklahoma, sir.
And why did all of a sudden did you decide that you need to go to Asher?
Because I was planning to take him out into the country and kill him.
Okay. Did he say anything?
He panicked, went to pull out his phone. I yanked the phone out of his hand, and then he panicked some more, kept telling me not to kill him. To make him feel more comfortable, I unloaded the clip, unloaded the bullet from the chamber, handed them over to him, and that eased his nerves a little. Then I pulled a second clip out of my pocket and set it on my lap.
And so you're driving east, and so I guess at some point, did you say now was the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I loaded the gun quickly, chambered the round quickly, shot once, missed, shot a second time, hit, jumped out of the car, went around. He was driving 10-15 miles an hour, so it was rather slow. Ran around the hood of the car, and of course it was slow and he wasn't purposefully driving. Tried to pull him out, couldn't get him out until he already had hit the tree. Pulled him out there, dumped him into the, before I dumped him into the ditch, I heard him gurgling. I'm not sure if that was a physiological or physical process after death, but I thought that he might have still lived through that somehow, because he was gurgling, so I shot him again and then shoved him down in the ditch.
He makes a half-hearted attempt to conceal the body with a handful of leaves and a stick. He then walks in the direction of the highway.
Did you get back on the highway?
Yes, sir.
And which way did you go?
North, sir.
And what were your intentions? You were walking north.
Canada, sir.
You guys going to Canada?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He states that his plan was to escape into Canada, but he had nothing to escape with, not even a passport.
I had tried hitchhiking most of the way because the only way this was going to work, factoring in my belief that y'all found the crime scene, is if someone were to give me a ride there and then. And then whenever your patrol car was pulling up behind me, I didn't know it was a patrol car. I stuck my thumb out and you was there for the rest.
Then I want to ask you just point blank, because, I mean, you sit here and confess to
pretty much everything.
In my mind, and I think you might agree with me, just cold-bloodedly killed him on that night.
Yes, sir.
Last night. Have you ever killed anybody else?
No, sir.
You will now see the detective attempt to establish a motive for the crime.
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you got out of it. Can you help me?
I don't really get anything out of it.
Do you feel any remorse?
I'm sad that I got caught so quickly.
Tell me why I should believe you that there just was going to be one person that was going to suffer from your consequences of killing.
You have no reason to believe me, sir.
I guess I'm just having a real hard time understanding why.
The detective fails to establish a solid motive for a further 2 minutes. The discussion eventually lands on the victim's long-term girlfriend.
You don't think she's going to be upset, heartbroken?
I think she will be, sir.
How does that make you feel?
No different, sir.
I think you've been honest with me, man. If you told me Just straight up. Right on the book. What happened?
Yes, sir.
You know, you've done a terrible thing tonight.
Yes, sir.
You killed a young man.
Yes, sir.
Just for the simple fact of, I guess pretty much this is safe for you.
Yes, sir.
And what do you think should happen to you?
Death sentence, sir.
And why do you think you deserve a death sentence?
An eye for an eye, sir.
Do you believe an eye for an eye?
Yes, sir.
Jared Murray was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was committed to a high-security mental facility where he is to remain indefinitely.
Anything to say for yourself today?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why you might have done this to this young man?
No, ma'am.
No reason.
No, ma'am.
You have nothing to say for yourself.
No, ma'am.
You want to tell the community anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you confess to police?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you proud of what you've done?
No, ma'am.
Do you have remorse for what you've done?
No, ma'am.
He appears completely void of human emotion. No regret, remorse, shame, nor fear. He had both taken a life and destroyed his own, yet seems indifferent to the circumstances. With respect to his interrogation footage, the most conspicuous element was the complete lack of self-preservation. He didn't once attempt to deflect blame, nor afford himself any type of justification for his actions. He simply spoke in a factual, non-biased manner, impartial to how his words may have been taken or even twisted to be used against him. There was no calculated structure to his behavior whatsoever. So with this notion in mind, let's move on to the primary subject of this video.
Yeah, I might have to share this one on Facebook. Yo, this motherfucker said I just killed, was it his roommate or somebody he went to school with? Just like, yo, I give you $20, you give me a ride to Walmart. So he was begging me not to kill him. I gave him the gun. No, I gave him the clip. But then I pulled another clip out. Then I was like, fuck it. I just shot and I missed. I shot him again. He was still making some sounds. I shot his ass again, threw him in the ditch, and tried to get away. I'm just sad that I got caught so quickly. And yeah, you know, no, I had no real reason to do it. I just felt like killing someone. And now I think I should die. What do you think should happen to you? Oh, the death sentence, death penalty. Why do you believe that? Eye for an eye. Oh, you believe in eye for eye? Sure. Do you have anything to say? No, ma'am. You don't want to tell the community anything? No, ma'am. Do you have remorse for what you did? No, ma'am. Did you confess to your crimes? Yes, ma'am. Yo, that fucker is crazy. That is a legit psycho, yo. That motherfucker crazy.
Put your hands up, have a seat on that bar chair, alright? Put your hands up a little bit. Have a seat. Put your feet up. Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
This is 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who 3 hours and 55 minutes prior to this moment murdered 17 people at his former high school in Parkland, Florida. Among the dead were 3 teachers and 14 students, the majority of whom were 14 years old. A further 17 students were seriously wounded during the massacre. The gunman dropped his rifle 7 minutes into the rampage and then blended in with the crowd as he ran out of the building. He was at large for 1 hour and 20 minutes, during which time he stopped off at a Subway and then a McDonald's, where he sat down and casually spoke to one of the victim's brothers. The student was unaware that his older sister had just been shot through the chest by the man sitting across the table. The description of the shooter was transmitted by police over the radio, which led to an officer identifying and arresting him on a street just 2 miles away from the school. He was taken to the nearest hospital and examined by a doctor for roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes. He was medically cleared and then transferred to the local sheriff's office, where he was subjected to interrogation.
Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
From the moment the subject entered the room, his eyes have been fixed upon nothing but the floor. He's held on to this downward-facing gaze as if he's either in a state of shock or disconnected from the moment. At the exact moment the door shuts, he lifts up his head to observe his surroundings. His behavior completely shifts once he believes no one is watching. If we look at his demeanor a moment earlier, we can see the contrast. He went from being detached to alert. His behavior changed as the environment changed, which is a recurring theme throughout this interrogation. It shows us that his mind isn't wandering off during these moments of apparent disconnection. He is in fact fully present and very aware of what's going on around him. As he looks up, his eyes immediately lock onto the camera. He now knows he is still being watched, and his following gestures will resemble that of someone with suicidal tendencies. At face value, these externalized suicidal thoughts may seem genuine to some, but when framed with the rest of his behavior throughout this interrogation, they are exposed for what they really are: an act, a calculated attempt to garner sympathy and paint his character in what he believes to be a more positive light.
All right, how you doing, Dick? You all right? Gotta be able to speak so I can hear you. All right, I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name?
This is a situation where the proof against the suspect is already conclusive. He is without question responsible for the crimes under investigation, making the pursuit of a confession non-essential. The police know he did it, but they need to know why he did it, which would already require a complex strategy in order to obtain the correct information. But the suspect's first recorded statements upon his arrest have now made the procedure considerably more difficult.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons?
Voices.
Voices and demons?
Where's the voices? What happened?
Shut up.
Just be quiet, man.
Demons, man. Voices.
These two words have now forged the primary stratagem of his own interrogation, which is to cut through deception under the guise of supportive examination. The questions will be designed to lock him into a specific narrative about his alleged psychosis, while simultaneously giving him the impression that his responses are for his own benefit. Anything he says now can be used to refute any amendments he might come up with at a later stage. We all know that after this interrogation, he will have significantly more time to think, study, and even seek guidance from professionals about how the legal system interconnects with mental illness. Yet the majority of this forthcoming knowledge could be useless to him depending on what he says during these moments. The more details he gives away, the less options he will have for his defense later on. But pursuing this objective is complicated, as there are two very common scenarios for when this type of suspect gets interrogated. And just to be entirely clear, by this type of suspect, we mean someone who is 1. Pretending to be insane, and 2. Not fooling anyone. Their most common response is to simply shut down. They regress into total silence or some type of catatonic state, and the interrogation never gets off the ground. The other common response is the exact opposite. They erupt into hysteria or supposed delirium, and everything from that point forward becomes incoherent. The lead detective, John Curcio, must not allow either of these scenarios to transpire, and this makes the first 2 minutes absolutely crucial. He needs to create a positive first impression and resemble the furthest thing from a threat, while at the same time maintain a presence of authority. His temperament will be easygoing and non-confrontational, but also encouraging when extracting a response. His role at this moment is the ally. He needs to be liked, respected, but must not be feared. Not yet anyway. Going off the suspect's initial demeanor, the detective will know that he is far more likely to regress into a state of silence at this opening stage. And if he can prevent that from happening within the first 2 minutes, he is over the first obstacle.
All right, how you doing, Nick? I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name? Come on, Nick. Huh? Spell it for me. Okay. Come on, I'm old. You gotta talk so I can hear you. N-I-K. O. L. Okay. A-S. And what's your middle name? Come on, man, speak so I can hear you. Jacob. Jacob. J-A-C. What's your date of birth? Okay, you need to relax, because I'm the last detective or policeman you're going to have to talk to. So right off the bat, that should be somewhat comforting to you to know that I'm the last guy you got to talk to. But the thing about it is, look at me. I got to be able to hear you. Okay? So all I want to do is get basic information from you, and then we'll get into the, you know, whether you want a glass of water, all that stuff. What's your date of birth?
09.
January?
09.
09 September.
The investigation team already know the answers to these basic questions. Their only purpose are to initiate a response, and their non-threatening nature make it more likely for the suspect to engage. They are essentially the opening wedge to get the two-way dialogue flowing. And although the suspect is still partially committed to his catatonic state, as we can clearly see, he is still responsive, making it unlikely for him to regress into complete silence from this point forward. Everything up to this moment has gone to plan. The detective has one foot in the door, and he can now develop the relationship from a more secure position. He goes about this with a standard method of rapport development, the offer of food and water.
All right. Let me do this. You want cold water? You know if you want cold water? Thank you. Well, I'm going to bring in 2, because I don't want one. It was hot. And then if you decide you want to have it, that's fine. You sure you don't want something to eat?
The refusal to accept food and water is a familiar response which you may have already seen on this channel. It's a glaring manifestation of shame. This is not to be confused with guilt nor remorse, both of which require the acceptance of responsibility, which in turn directs our focus outwards on the feelings of others. Shame, on the other hand, shifts our focus on the perceptions of others towards ourselves. The subject is afraid of how it will look if he accepts the offer considering the circumstances. He instead wants to appear as if he's so negatively affected by the events that he's unconcerned with meeting his basic needs.
Of course, I have so many different keys. All right, I'll be right back.
Once again, his demeanor abruptly switches when the detective leaves the room. With his head buried in his hands, it's anyone's guess as to what is going through his mind at this moment. But what you are about to see next is extremely revealing. Cruz was a left-handed shooter. The surveillance at the school would confirm this, and if you pay close attention to the movements of his hands in the next moments, although very subtle, you can see that he's reimagining holding his weapon. But what's more telling is how his demeanor abruptly stops and then completely switches right before he looks in the direction of the camera. He goes from holding a rifle and beginning to smirk to then pretending to cry and reverting back to his suicidal mannerisms. This all occurs in under 4 seconds. It could be assumed that for a brief moment, he was not only recollecting the attack, but gaining gratification from doing so. He then remembered he was on film, giving reason for the sharp adjustment. His true self was reliving the attack and enjoying his work, while his false self was so dejected to the point he was externalizing suicidal thoughts. Complete opposites. His next calculated charade is one of self-harm. He first bites himself without drawing blood, or leaving any marks that were visible in his jail intake photographs. He then scratches and squeezes at the 2 needle punctures in his arm from where his blood was taken at the hospital. At the very moment the detective re-enters the room, he will act as if he's desperately trying to conceal his self-injurious behavior.
All right.
Setting aside the glaring contradiction that he just murdered and maimed dozens of people while leaving himself without so much as a scratch, it's the frequency of these little charades that makes their deception so transparent. This is a person who is not self-injurious, pretending to be someone that is. But it's such a feeble attempt at feigned self-harm, it would almost be a comical moment if the circumstances weren't as horrific.
Well, don't leave anymore. You want them off. We can pull them off. I'll get you a garbage can. You want them off? Just put them on throw them on the floor in the corner. This one is mine, because I already opened it. This one's yours in case you change your mind.
The next 4 minutes are the extremely tedious process of getting the subject to engage further through basic questions. The topic of his phone will now be brought up.
What about your phone? Do you have a phone? When did you lose it? Today? Okay. What kind of phone is it?
I don't know.
Okay, is it a flip top, an iPhone, a Samsung? It's a phone. What's the number?
I can't.
Okay.
He will now begin to feign a state of hysteria, which then morphs into a simulated panic attack and fake hyperventilation. The detective will need to refute the act immediately as to not let the subject gain confidence with it, but he also has to maintain rapport and avoid confrontation. He essentially has to tell the subject to knock it off, but in the most passive manner possible.
Okay, Nick, calm down. You've already been medically cleared. I know what's going to be talked about is difficult, but again, you don't remember your phone number. How long you had the phone? How long have you had the phone? Nick, the doctor's already looked at you.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're not having any problems at the moment. You're perfectly fine. So calm your breathing down, all right? And I want to believe certain things that you're going to tell me, but, you know, if we're getting to where you're going to hyperventilate over a phone number, okay? All right.
All right.
So what's your phone number? Huh?
954.
Okay, 954.
The manic episode is somewhat curbed, but the subject is still clearly committed to it.
954-821.
2007.
2007.
1007.
1007. And again, going back to what kind it is. Do you know if it's an iPhone, a Samsung? How long have you had it? Every kid knows what the phone is, man. I got kids your age.
Ever since my mother died.
I know, I heard about that. That's what I was going to talk about next.
This is a turning point. Cruz's adoptive mother had indeed passed away a year prior from pneumonia. The topic is sympathetic towards himself, and it seems to have stopped the feigned hysteria in its tracks. Compared to his neurotic behavior in the minutes leading up to this moment, he all of a sudden appears calm. He is clearly receptive, and thus responsive, to the cue of compassion when it's directed at himself. The detective recognizes this, and although he said he would talk about the subject's mother next, he instead focuses on it immediately to keep him engaged.
Alright, so, but you had since your mom died, how long has your mom passed?
I can't remember, I think.
Okay, this year or last year?
November.
November? Okay. Okay, when your mom passed, were you living with her? Okay, what city was that? Parkland?
The subject drops the act and becomes more engaged in the conversation. The detective inquires further about his mother for roughly 3 minutes before shifting the discussion. It focuses mainly on the subject's background, and he first declares that he was depressed for the majority of his childhood. He then reveals his history of drug use, which consists of marijuana and Xanax. After that, he claims to have attempted suicide by alcohol poisoning 2 years ago, but in his own words, was able to sleep it off. He then states that he was employed at the Dollar Tree for the last 2 years working as a cashier.
So you've been able to hold down a job for 2 years, that's pretty good, right?
Yes.
Other than Dollar Tree, where else did you ever work?
Lawnmower.
What?
Lawnmower.
Lawnmower? Oh, okay. Alright, when you tried to kill yourself with alcohol, your mom was still alive, what were you depressed about back then?
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Loneliness.
Friends? No friends? Or what kind of loneliness? I mean, everybody gets lonely.
Solitude.
Solitude? You don't have a lot of friends?
No.
Today, when I say today, starting from last night when you went to bed to this morning, did you do any kind of drugs at all? Any Xanax, any marijuana, anything like that? No. Okay.
The subject reveals that he has a biological brother whom he was adopted with. He then claims to have been making $1,200 a month at the Dollar Tree. The discussion now lands on what his aspirations were.
When you weren't depressed, what did you want to be? When you got
A ranger.
A ranger, an army ranger? Did you ever apply, fill out any paperwork to try to go to the army?
I took the ASVAB, failed.
Okay, why'd you fail?
Because I was stupid.
You what?
I'm stupid.
You're stupid? Okay.
Yeah, if you feel the ASVAB, you're fucking dumb as shit, yo.
Okay. But you had aspirations to do?
Because I swear, yo, I took the fucking... I'm so dumb, I don't even know what it's called, actually. ASVAB? Let me see. ASVAB. ASVAB. The Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery is a heavily researched and well-respected aptitude test developed by the Department of Defense. It measures a young adult's strengths and potentials for success in military training. ASVAB. So, the categories are 1, 2, 3A, and 3B. So if you score between a 93 and a 99, you're in category 1. If you score between a 65 and a 92, you're in category 2. A 50 to 64 and a 31 to 49. I guess if you score below, oh, there's 4 more rows. So I made like a high 80. when I did that shit, or a 90. I was like a 89 or a 90, like, I can't remember, yo. But I remember there's only like 2 or 3 people who made a higher score than I did. So I would have been in group 2. Yeah, so I would have, my score would have, ASVAB scores are used primarily to determine enlistment eligibility, assign applications to military jobs, and aid students in career explorations. But yeah, they never really like told you like understanding the scores. But yeah, anyway, there was like, my guy, you smart as shit. You'll be able to like do be on reconnaissance or intelligence or communications. Like when you're in the fucking first and second groups, you're not gonna be like on the front lines, grunts, like fucking shooting up shit. There's like, we can use you for other stuff. And then I can clearly remember like I was fucking 19. I'm 40 now, so this was a long time ago. But I remember motherfuckers like me. There was one other guy who scored. He was in the 80s. I was like in the high 80s, and there was like, I think the highest score out of the group I was in, like a dude made a 95 or a 96. And there was somebody with like a 93, a 91, and I had like an 89 or a 90. And then there was somebody else with an 80 below me. And then after that, everybody else was like, it was like no 70s. It dropped from like the guy who was behind me, he made like a 81 or an 82. And then after him, everybody was like 60 something, 50 something. It was like, what the fuck? Y'all couldn't get better than a fucking 62 or 65? Like nobody was in the 70s. There's like this big gap where like, I don't know, it just, if I'm remembering right, it was like 50s, 60s, and then it went up to us in like the 80s and 90s. And there's like, we looked at the other motherfuckers, it's like, dang, y'all smart as shit, bro. You smart as fuck. I was like, I dropped out of high school, my nigga. That's the whole point to the story. I dropped out of high school, went years without getting my GED, and then I flying colors, and then I was like, I'll go to the Army. Or no, am I saying that wrong? Did I try the Army first before I got my GED? No, I couldn't have. Or could I have? Because it seemed like all that shit happened right around the same time. But it was like this dude said, he's like, I tried to go to the Army, but I didn't pass the ASVAB. Like, that, you ain't passed that shit at all, bro. You must have made like a 30-something, bro. I know you dumb as fuck, nigga. Oh my god, you can't pass that test. That's all I can remember about it. Like, I know I ain't scored 100 on that shit, but it wasn't like a fucking hard ass test. And it wasn't a lot of questions either. Like, every question really fucking counted. If I could remember, it was maybe 100 questions. Maybe. And then I was like one of the first people finished the test. I'm just sitting there waiting for everybody else to get done. Like, what the fuck? and the shit, like, I know myself. I know the shit I wasn't gonna get right. Like, damn. Of course, I know like there was some math, a little bit of math I couldn't get because that shit was like some trigonometry shit they had up in there. I ain't no rocket scientist, nigga. But then it was it might have been like some history or some geography shit. There was a couple questions I was like, oh shit, I don't know that, and I don't know how to figure that out. Like, it was a few questions, so I knew I wasn't gonna ace that shit all the way through, but like everything else it seemed like some high school shit. Swear to God, it was just like, and that's the thing, like military is for young guys. They really recruit guys right out of high school, and they be having military recruiters in the high school, and that's why they have the junior ROTC and all that shit. And even if you go to college, they have ROTC in college, and they still try to get you young. Because if you make it all the way through school like you're supposed to, you're in college, you're still a fucking kid. You're 17, 18 years old in college, 19 years old in college. You know, you're still a fucking kid. And so they really try to recruit these motherfuckers early. And so they gear their tests towards like high school level education. And it's weird, like some people can't pass that shit. I don't know, and that's another thing though. Like South Carolina is supposedly one of the fucking dumbest states there is. But for some reason it seemed like I turned out pretty good. Like, now don't get me wrong, I know a lot of dumb motherfuckers, yo. I know a lot of smart motherfuckers I went to school with too, yo. Alright. It's actually pretty chilly. I thought it was going to warm up. But it's cloudy and rainy and the sun is not coming out. And they have that AC in the window, so there's like a breeze coming in through the AC cracks. So I'm about to go throw on some long sleeves real quick. And I gotta finish setting up this pallet. And we about to start working on this underpaper. I've been in here all morning just trying to clean this pallet off, yo. But it's nice and clean now. About to get some fresh paint on there. And whip through this commission real quick.
Good life. You want to be it's a hell of a thing to want to be an Army Ranger.
The discussion moves on to the subject's gun collection, which continues for roughly 4.5 minutes. The attack on the school is yet to be mentioned, but the last gun to now be discussed was his choice of weapon to commit the massacre.
What made you choose out of all the guns to want to buy an AR-15?
Cool.
Cool. Okay. Now, when you bought it, I mean, it was a legitimate purchase. They gave you a receipt and everything, right? So you bought it legally, right? Did you fill out those forms and everything? Okay, you remember those forms? Okay.
The detective now shifts the topic onto his former high school, the same place he carried out the attack.
Now, 3 years ago when you went to Douglas, and obviously you stopped going there, why did you stop going there?
My depression worsened.
Your depression worsened? And what was going on? Did you just stop school on your own? Did some incident happen?
Check the fucking weather, yeah.
Yes, an incident.
What was the incident that happened?
Fought a kid.
You fought a kid? You remember the kid's name?
Yeah.
And did you guys both get in trouble for the fight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what did they do? Suspend you?
They suspended me.
Okay. And what happened from there? After you got suspended, you go back to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened then?
I see why it's so chilly. It ain't but Goddamn 45 degrees. And rain. 45 degrees and rain. Shit's stupid, yo. No, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I gotta pull my fucking heater out. This shit is fucking crazy. I'm cold up in this bitch right now. I don't like this. I really don't. $45 degrees. What the fuck going on, man? You motherfuckers talking about global warming. Global warming my ass. I'm cold as shit.
See, look, I can pick any song from my library and play it over that wireless speaker system. The government is using Sonos speakers to spy on us. Look out!
Why you look so tired? You sick? What you got, that global warming? None of us will do this with you today, man. When you gonna stop playing around with that natural stuff and get yourself a perm like you got so thin? When you get some hair that don't come with tags, Aunt Vaz. Ooh, you gain weight, you look fat. You losing weight, you wasting away.
Well, I think you look amazing.
Who asked you? She looks so amazing, why don't you marry her? Been shagging up with my daughter for 5 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still trying to work this sound system.
Ooh, you know I love me some porn. Michael Vivian finger popped me after Food Mart back in '89. So you...
What? Parents at NYC school enraged over masturbation videos for first grade children. First day of health. What is this now? First day of my 11th year disturbing health education. So now they're going to teach kids, first graders, masturbation as a part of health education, I guess. Last fall, parents at the posh $55,000 per year Dalton School got wind of their first graders being taught sex ed lessons that included masturbation. They complained to the school administrators, but were told they had simply misinterpreted what Dalton's now notorious health and wellness educator Justine Angfonte who last month led the controversial and explicit porn literacy workshop at another elite prep school, was teaching. But after the post exposed last week on the porn class, what? Dalton's parents bombarded the school with more complaints that Fonte's curriculum, they bombarded the school with more complaints about Fonte's curriculum, sources told the Post. The Post viewed the video of a cartoon Fonte used in one of her sex ed classes for 6-year-olds, showing little kids talking about touching themselves for pleasure. Hey, how come sometimes my penis gets big sometimes and points in the air? Asked the little boy in the cartoon, leading to the explanation of what an erection is. The boy nods and says, "Sometimes I touch my penis because it feels good." The little girl character chimes in, "Sometimes when I'm in the bath and my mommy puts me to bed, I like to touch my vulva too." Fonte has reassured parents that she does not use the word masturbation in class and that her lessons teach kids not to touch themselves in public. They are also taught lessons about consent, while one mother, I don't know, it doesn't, of course they're going to explain it two different ways. But she's using a cartoon this is for first graders or 6 years old. I don't know. I think that's very, very much something that the parents should teach. I don't know if I would be comfortable with my 6-year-old watching videos, even if they're cartoons of little kids getting erections and touching themselves. Like, we can have that conversation at home. But once again, though, if you read Brave New World, this motherfucker said, "Yo, my homie found this dumbass post." I just scrolled through Facebook. This nigga right here trying to be gangster, right? He says, "The stuff you do in one day, I do in 24 hours." The stuff you do in one day, I do in 24 hours. I don't think he understands what he's saying. But anyway, he gangster. Because he gets shit done, right? You know what I'm saying? It take you all day to do it. It only take him 24 hours to do it. See, he's another one of those fuckers that the army wouldn't even take. Like, bitch, you wouldn't even pass the ASVAB test, man. Get out of here, bro. You wouldn't even pass the test, bro. The army don't even want you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Dumb as fuck. Dumb as a box of rocks. No, this motherfucker wouldn't be able to tell military time. What? 1,300 hours, nigga. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, man. 12 plus 12, nigga. 12. And then start adding another 12 to that one. So you just go 13, man. That's 1 o'clock, bro. It's easy. You know? And this motherfucker say there's a difference between a day and 24 hours. I did not know this. Alright. Now I finished getting some colors on this palette. Y'all remember what school this dude shot up? This the kid who shot that fucking school up in Florida a couple years ago. When he had to talk to the detectives, he tried to make like he was crazy. Nigga, you not crazy. I love watching these criminals who we already know you getting caught, nigga. And just listen when they have to get their confessions and shit. You should be funny as hell. Dylan Roof, I listened to his detective confessions and shit. Motherfuckers be psychos, yo. But this motherfucker try to pretend like he crazy when he not crazy. You going to jail for mass shooting, dickhead. Rah!
Stop going there then.
I'm embarrassed.
You felt embarrassed because you got suspended, or you felt embarrassed because of what?
Because of the fight.
Okay. Well, what was embarrassing about the fight? What were you guys fighting over?
I got beat up.
Girl?
He beat
What
me
was
up.
embarrassing about it?
Just say you got beat up, nigga.
I mean, did he get the better of you? Was that what was embarrassing? Or he didn't get the better of you? Okay.
He has just provided the state with a solid argument for a motive. Establishing a reason for an offense is critical when dealing with claims of insanity. It can not only indicate premeditation, but also calculated malice in connection to the crime, something considered absent in the mind of the criminally insane. He also asserts that he was lonely and depressed while attending the school, all of which can reinforce the argument that he was exacting revenge upon the community in which he felt ostracized.
All right, so you go back to school. What ends up happening? You just stop going to school out there, or you got into more problems? Or they
Got into more problems.
What was the more problems?
Failing class.
Okay.
Not going to school.
Okay. And this is all while your mom was still alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you just stopped going there, or they expelled you?
Or I just stopped going and then transferred me.
They transferred you? When they transferred you, was that upsetting to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
As we know, the suspect has made the claim about hearing a voice which he labeled the demon. The detective will now attempt to get a detailed narrative of these perceptual disturbances. He will do so by asking a series of open-ended questions and then continuous follow-up questions thereafter. This will lock him into specific claims about what he was hearing. The more information he gives away, the less he will be able to amend later on. And the more questions that are posed, the more likely he is to make contradictions that can be used against him. The suspect believes this is some type of clinical evaluation for the sake of his own well-being, and this misconception will become glaringly apparent later on. He, at this moment, is oblivious to the fact he is giving information away that will be used to cut through his own defense in years to come.
So you go to the hospital where the doctors cleared it, and you're talking about demons. What are the demons?
Voices.
Well, tell me about it. What are the voices about?
It's another voice, the evil side.
Okay. And how long has that voice been going on?
Years.
Did you ever tell anybody about the voice? Never? And what does the voice say to you?
Burn, kill, destroy.
Okay, burn, kill, destroy what?
Anything.
But have you ever burned, killed, or destroyed anything? What have you burned, killed, or destroyed?
Burned, just fire. Set fire.
To what?
In the pit. Fire.
Oh, a fire pit. Okay, well, I mean, the voice told you to burn something, you built the fires in the fire pit. And what's destructive about that? That's what fire pits are made for. What else did the voice tell you to do that's...
Kill animals.
Okay, have you ever killed animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Birds.
Birds? The wild birds or people's pets? How do you kill them?
Birds.
How do you kill them?
Wait for them, kill them.
Oh, can't catch them, so how are you waiting for them?
Out in the grass. Wait for a bird to come up.
There's no way, man. I'm a bird lover. There's no way. You can't catch a bird, Holmes.
No, I mean,
With a pelican? Oh, okay. Where's your pelican?
it broke.
Okay. All right, so the voices tell you to hurt animals and start fires in the fire pit. When was the last time you heard the voice?
Yesterday.
What time was it yesterday?
It was at night.
And where were we at? You're at work, so you're in idolatry. And what's the voice telling you? To hurt people. Hurt people idolatry?
The voice is
Or hurt people?
telling me to hurt people. He's motherfucking stupid, yo. He's so stupid.
Can you tell how old the voice is?
My age.
Okay. Do you have a good voice too, or just a bad voice?
Only got bad voices, my guy.
Is there a voice inside you that says, do good things?
Nope.
The detective will now start getting confrontational, and the subject's behavior will shift once more in response. You will see him get defensive as he attempts to protect his narrative, and his responses will become much faster. He will even cut the detective off multiple times. Keep in mind that he was barely saying anything at the start of this interrogation.
No?
So bad.
Can't be. You held down the job for 2 years. If you were doing things bad, you wouldn't be able to hold the job down for 2 years, right? Okay. I mean, look, everybody has, I mean,
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, there's a voice. The voice is in here. And it's me. It's just regular me. Just trying to be a good person.
Okay.
Set aside his contradicting behavior for a moment and focus solely on his storyline. In his ideal scenario, we are to believe that he was battling these supposed voices and, in his own words, trying to be a good person. Yet he was unable to reveal or seek help for this internal struggle until the very moment of his arrest. It was quite literally the second he was confronted with his comeuppance that his supposed demons came to light. Now that he is in custody, with the atrocities already committed, he is somehow able to maintain force that was previously keeping him silent. But a deleted video that would later be extracted from his phone would tell a very different story.
Hello, my name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds. I think I can do a good time. Location is Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida.
Yeah, Parkland, Florida.
That would be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am.
There are no signs of perceptual disturbances. There is no anguish, doubt, hesitation, or uncertainty when announcing his intentions. By his own narrative, he claims to have continuously fought against the evil intentions of the voice. Yet from a visual standpoint, there is no conflict in this video whatsoever.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and a bad side. There's people.
No, there's a voice. The voice is in here. And it's me. Just trying to be a good person.
Okay. But obviously, again, when you say it's a voice, it's you. It's all you. The voice is you as well.
Yeah.
The voice didn't force you to do anything, right?
No, the voice did. It's two voices. There's one half that's the good and then the bad.
Yeah.
His rapidly interchanging behavior has now gone from catatonic to manic to hallucinatory to now highly attentive and cautious.
Okay, well, the voice tells me to go to lunch and not pay for my meal, but I pay for my meal because I know that's the right thing to do, right? Okay, let's talk about it, because the voice didn't tell you to take Uber, right?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
The voice said take Uber. Okay,
The voice is in me.
You're the voice. Okay, it's in your head.
Yes.
What, is it a male voice or a female voice? Male.
The subject was beginning to panic, but the detective dials it in for the time being and switches the discussion back to more trivial matters. It seems that he wants to consult with the investigators outside before maximizing the pressure, and he reestablishes a certain level of trust before leaving the room.
I'm going to go back and see what everybody's doing as far as what they need me to do.
You're not a psychologist or anything? Or?
No, I'm not. I'm a 59-year-old man who's raised 3 children, so I guess that makes me somewhat of a psychologist.
You can give me a psychologist here?
I could certainly ask.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a psychologist before?
No.
Okay.
The subject scratches his arm for another 2 minutes. He then switches to a hallucinatory state and appears to be seeing things in the room.
All right. Got some stuff here.
The detective will once more dismiss the act by pretending to not see it. He will then pose a question to the subject, and the charade will cease immediately.
Here's the water. Will you put that over here? You definitely don't want the water, huh?
It's very interesting to observe his facial expressions at the exact moments he abandons fake behavior. These are the very brief junctures in which his true self appears to surface. It's easy to get distracted by the present situation as he sits there in a hospital gown chained to the floor, essentially helpless to the cunning devices being used against him. But in moments like this, we are reminded of what we're actually dealing with. A very short time ago, he was not helpless at all. He was the one preying on the helpless, offering them none of the sympathy nor mercy of which he is now trying to garner for himself.
The school or the psychologist you want to talk to. Obviously, I have to tell you what you want to talk to him about. So, what exactly what do you want me to ask him? Or why do you want to talk to a psychologist?
Find out what's wrong with me.
Well, what do you think's wrong with you?
I'm crazy. I'm
The
crazy,
detective in
man.
this next segment will attain further information about the supposed voices, only he will no longer have to tread carefully in order to maintain a friendly connection. He will still secure useful information, but also get confrontational as and when he pleases. The risk of threatening the suspect to the point where it stops the interrogation is no longer a concern.
When you hear the voices, are the voices like outside your head or inside your head when you hear them?
Inside.
Okay, so it's not like you don't hear a voice from the corner talking to you. It's inside your head. And is it always the same voice, or is it only one voice?
One voice.
And you said it's a man's voice?
Yeah, a scary man.
Does it sound like anybody you've ever met? Anybody you ever seen on TV? Can you tell, like, by an accent?
It's this British guy. He's stuck in there.
Man, young man, white man, black, young man. About the same age as you think?
Maybe.
There's only one voice you ever hear, right?
Yes.
Do you hear the voice when you're in bed at night sleeping?
Yes.
Do you ever see anything with the voice? Like some people say, oh, I see a person sitting in the corner. You don't see anybody sitting over there, do you? It's just me and you, right? All right. Do you always obey what the voice tells you to do?
I try not to.
I try not to.
How On any given week, how many times do you think you hear the voice? All the time? Once every day? Morning, afternoon, night? Always the same time?
In the afternoon.
About what time?
3, 4 o'clock, I start hearing his voice. You know, as soon as I get off work.
Why do you think it's those hours?
I don't know.
It's always around lunchtime? Now, you talked about demons.
When I get home, man, I hear the voice.
The voice is the demon.
The voice is the demon. So there's not two. Does it have a name?
No name.
Does it ever say, hey, my name's Nick? Is it use your name or use somebody else's name? Just a voice with no name.
Just a voice with no name telling what to do.
Did the voice tell you to buy that AR-15?
Yes.
Did it tell you, hey, buy that gun, it looks cool? Did the AR-15 get picked out because it was similar to the gun that an Army Ranger would carry?
No, it was because of the voice.
What do you think if you didn't buy it, if it said, hey, I ain't buying this gun, it's too expensive, what do you think the voice would have done to you? Did you stop talking to you?
No, I hurt myself.
How would you hurt yourself?
Cut.
You're a cutter?
Okay.
Alright. When was the last time you cut yourself?
Earlier.
Earlier when?
When I was fishing.
Earlier today or earlier
today?
Where were you fishing at today?
At a lake.
Okay. Before the school shooting?
Yes.
What did you cut yourself with?
Knife.
Those little scratches on your arms? Let me look it up. Come on, man. I get worse scratches weeding my flower bed than that. You weren't trying to hurt yourself.
Yes, it wasn't sharp enough.
Wasn't sharp enough?
No.
How many knives do you own?
4, 5
How long have you been cutting yourself?
years.
You ever cut yourself where you had to go to the hospital and get stitches? When you cut yourself, it's because the voice just told you to cut yourself. And if you didn't talk or you didn't listen to the voice, then you were going to be alone because your voice was your only friend. That's kind of what you're saying. You know you have a biological brother. Since me and you have been talking, have you heard the voices? What's it said?
To cut yourself.
For you to cut yourself. Does the voice like me? Does the voice like me?
Doesn't trust you.
Why doesn't he trust me? I'm pretty relaxed, ain't I?
I'm trying to figure that out too.
Well, what does he like about me? I mean, I'm kind of grinning because I want to know what the voice's problem is with me. What doesn't he like about me? I treat you fairly. I give you water. I talk nice to you. You know.
You're too nice.
I'm too nice. Yeah. How many times does the voice talk to you while we've been in the room together?
A lot.
Does the voice say jump out of the chair and do anything bad to that policeman?
Saying kill yourself now.
I don't really believe there is a voice, to be honest with you.
Voice.
No, I don't think there is.
I'm telling you the truth.
No. I mean, I feel you probably want to kill yourself because of what happened, but...
No, the voice is telling me to kill myself.
Okay, but the voice is telling you that the AR-15s is... You like guns, man. You want to be a ranger. You like guns. It's all right. There's cops like that. There's cops who got 50 million guns. You didn't buy guns because the voice said, hey, today I like Mossbergs, tomorrow I like AR-15s. You like guns.
Can you call a psychologist?
I already get the questions from some of the psychologists. Some of the questions I asked you were from. Yeah.
I see.
That's the ones I asked you. You already?
The questions were obviously from the investigation team and not a psychologist, but the suspect doesn't know this, and it's fascinating to observe his reaction when he sees the questions are not sympathetic in nature. He perhaps thought a psychotherapist would be asking him about his feelings and affording him some type of reassurance after he committed mass murder, and he becomes very unsettled once he realizes the procedure won't be quite as sympathetic.
Voices, are the inside or outside of your head? What do the voices say? These are all questions I asked you. How many voices? You said one. Whose voice do you think it was? You didn't know. I don't know. I don't understand why you can't be like guns. You want to talk to a psychologist? Why didn't you talk to a psychologist when the voices started?
The voices told me not to, and I listened.
The voice was telling you not to talk to a psychologist?
Yeah, but myself, I wanted to.
You ever go to church?
I wanted to.
No, I'm saying ever in your life.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
I believe in God.
What do you believe in?
I feel like there's something.
Right. But if you believe in demons, do you believe in angels? Angels is the good. Demons are the bad. When you say the word demon, you think it's an evil spirit? Or what do you think it is?
Always.
The subject had earphones in during the mass shooting. The topic now lands on the music he was listening to.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we don't like the same music. What kind of music we listen to? Name the group.
Mark Green.
You have to help me. Mark what?
Mark something.
What was the song though?
Sad.
That's the name of the song, Sad?
No, Salad Days.
Salad Days? Hold on 1 second. Oh, you listen to more than one song? What other song did you listen to?
Just a lot of sad songs.
Alright. Did you pick the music yourself? Or did the demon pick the music?
Demon, and then myself partially.
Alright, which ones did you pick?
The sad ones.
Which ones did he pick?
The evil ones.
The evil ones. What give me an evil one compared to a sad one? You already gave me a sad one. What's an evil one?
Henzermensch.
What?
Henzermensch.
Henzermensch. And what does that say?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no lyrics to it?
Oh, no. Oh, well, there's lyrics, but I don't know what it means.
But is it in English?
No.
What language is it in?
German.
German? Do you speak German?
No.
Then how do you know what the lyrics mean?
I don't.
So they could be happy, right?
I don't know if they're happy or not.
Well, again, you don't because you can't speak it.
The demon chose it. I didn't choose.
But you have one. How long do you think you had them on your playlist?
A long time.
Okay, so you listen to them a lot of times? So you had a playlist of music that the demon helped you pick out, but you picked out some of them. I'm just having a tough time understanding this demon thing.
I know.
Well, the Xanax you were talking to me about earlier, where'd you get the Xanax? On the street or?
On the streets.
So you used to buy that? Other than Xanax and marijuana, what other drugs you ever tried? Vodka? PCP? Cocaine? Heroin?
No.
Okay, Xanax, how many of those did you take when you used to take them?
5.
Okay, 5. What size bar? How big? What color was it?
Half, sometimes full.
Okay, what color? They all
White.
White. All right, but that was off the street. Did they help you sleep?
Maybe drowsy.
Okay. Did it make the demon go away?
Yeah.
Yeah, all you gotta do is get the colonial mindset out of the African mindset. So in this case, we have to study the falsification of African consciousness, Eurocentric history, psychiatry, and the politics of white supremacy. And this is what causes the great divide in wealthy African countries such as Uganda, where, you know, the colonizers come in and they take a certain group of people and say, hey, you're better than everyone else. And if you give us all of your natural resources and labor force, we'll make you, you know, live a lavish life like us white people. And you can have a subservient class and a second citizen class in your country too, just like we have classism, when that's not actually an African thing at all. So this is the Eurocentric brainwashing of African leaders over centuries, ever since the Berlin Conference of 1885, 86. And so what we need to do is create an African-centered consciousness versus the New World Order. You know, Garveyism in the age of globalism. But if you don't read shit like this, you'll just take whatever you see as face value because Africans are stupid and they can't get their shit together. No, it's a very, very strategic chess game that is played by the global elite so that they can continue to rape Africa from all of its wealth and natural resources. And now China's trying to get in on the game because China and every other country realize you don't have shit. You don't have shit. Europe, you don't got shit. Nothing. Middle East, you ain't got shit. China, y'all ain't got shit. Y'all don't have nothing as far as natural resources. Where is everything else? Africa. Where is all the great stuff that you need to continue to grow your nations? Africa. So what must you do to Africa? You must make Africans divisive against themselves. You must make Africans think that they are poor and they need Western help in industrialization. You must make Africans consumers and not producers. Oh, but this shit is changing. All over Africa, yo. And that's why Julius Malema and the motherfuckers down in goddamn South Africa, they ain't playing that shit no more, man. The motherfuckers over there in the Congo, they ain't playing that shit no more, man. Oh yeah, and you're just like me, so you can laugh all you want, but you're a useless eater. You don't have the last name of the elite. You're not a Heisenberg or a fucking Rothschild or a motherfucking Chase. None of these motherfuckers. You're not linked to any central banking cartel family. You're not linked to any royal family. So you can laugh at whatever African nations you want for whatever reasons you find funny, but you're shit just like everyone else. Because if there is some type of calamity, if there is some massive solar coronal ejection or an asteroid that can't be deterred, you know who they're going to save? Themselves and not you. You're not going to win one of those lottery tickets to get inside one of their, end of days bunkers because they don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you. You're nobody, just like everyone else. Talk about there's always a master. Everyone has a master. It's nothing personal. I love it when people like you talk shit because you don't realize that you're just shit as well. You're just shit as well. The global elite don't give a fuck about you, whatever your skin color is. You think the global elite give a fuck about the average white person? Average white people only have the psychological advantage of knowing that they have a physiological resemblance to those who are in power. That's the only psychological advantage you have, that for the most part, the European phenotype does control the monopoly over violence. and you look like that person. And so that makes you feel better. When in actuality, the elite could give a fuck about you or your family or your grandkids or your greasy grandma or whoever. Oh, me too, bro. I'm happy too, because I own land. I have land in my name. I own my own home where I have this very nice studio where I can create my own products, like this patented brush holding system that I use for my brushes in my own business of creating art. Like here, I'm working on a painting for somebody else who paid me for this painting. So I'm very happy. I don't have any problems. You know what I'm saying? I understand how shit work though. I'm more happier and well off than you are. I own my house. I don't pay a mortgage. I don't have mortgages. This is my home. I own 2 vehicles. I don't have car payments. I don't have to make a monthly car payment. I own 2 vehicles myself. I have my own business. I own more land in another state, in a completely different state from where I'm living now. So I'm more well off than most people. But at the same time, I know about shit like this for when crazy little motherfuckers like you come in here and try to talk shit about African countries and you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. That'd be my problem. That'd be my issue. So yeah, why is there such disparity in some African countries? And some of the elected rulers live better than the rest of their people? Because they try to act like white people. That's all it is. When leaders of African countries try to act like white people, then that's what you get. You get shit like that. Because it's a falsification of African consciousness that is instilled in them by the colonizer. They don't only colonize the land, they colonize the mind. And your mind, I can tell, is greatly colonized by Western ideology that you have just accepted at face value and refuse to research and educate yourself upon certain issues that you think are funny. Fortunately for you, my friend, I am not such a simpleton, and I will help you educate yourself. It's a long road to undermining the brainwashing that has been implied on you throughout your entire educational career, but it is possible to know the truth and learn the facts. You won't have to be a fucking dumbass your entire life, I promise you. You don't have to be a brainwashed sheeple for the rest of your existence, I promise you. You too can be a critical free thinker. A critical free thinker. A critical free thinker. You will be able to decipher information and construct concise, reasonable arguments. The leaders of no country are very good, let's face it. And once again, it's the simple fact that every other country wants to have a part of Africa. Makes it so hard for Africans to just deal amongst themselves, which makes it hard for African leaders, which makes them have a very hard situation than any other country. Because once again, no countries are fucking rushing to Canada trying to like, oh, let me get some of this land. Let me get some of this land. Let me get some of this land. Nobody's rushing to fucking Mexico. Let me get some of this land. Let me get some of this land. Let me get some of this land. But everybody wants to go to Africa and say, gimme, 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 gimme. They've been doing this shit for hundreds of years. Why? Because the resources haven't dried up yet. And once again, everywhere else, you don't have shit. You don't have shit. South America, Africa. Well, Africa's first, then South America are some of the most plentiful areas of the planet which contain resources. Just face it, African leaders don't do a good job. No. Yeah, it's because they've been colonized for so long. How long have they been colonized? Says the crowd. What? They've been colonized for so long. That half the countries don't even speak their indigenous language. They speak French and Belgium and English. Like, what the fuck, yo?
We got on $68 shorts. Fabletics Men wants to learn how we can make our new fundamental short a little more like yours. Dialed in style. We both have that. Check. High performance tech. Check. Premium sourced moisture wicking fabric. Check. Tailored fit.
Once again, this is why the European likes to have a monopoly on violence. And the only reason that people can go into Africa is because, yeah, we're not violent people. We don't focus our attention on our military and military might and having ways of destroying and killing other people. That's not what Africans focus on. And it has made it easy for the colonizers to come in and take shit because you love your fucking guns and you don't mind killing people. And you write it down in history books and you're just happy with that shit, and it's fucking sickening to me. And that's the worst. Like the Europeans have accomplished some amazing things, but they always have done it by means of death and destruction. And they can't seem to figure out any other way to do it.
And the first since Ghana obtained its independence in 1957. At the same time, today is the logical consequence of a lengthy development because relations between Switzerland and Ghana have for decades been characterized by mutual respect. We will have an opportunity to appreciate our cultural exchanges tomorrow when we preview an exhibition of El Anatsui's work at Burns Museum of Fine Arts. And indeed, there is currently a Swiss documentary showing in our cinemas, which I had the pleasure to see a few days ago, about Ghana's fascinating music scene. The strongest ties between our two countries are the shared values with regard to democracy and the rule of law, and our commitment to stability and peace on the world stage. Both countries help to end conflict through international cooperation. Switzerland is known for its humanitarian tradition and its good offices. Ghana is an influential member of the African Union. Ghana's participation in the UN peacekeeping measures is also extremely impressive. Switzerland supports these efforts through the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center in Accra since 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, not every connection between our two countries can be deduced at first glance. Take the goldvreneli, or I can translate the traditional gold coin, and the chocolate coins, both products that every child here grows up with and which are considered typically Swiss. But neither would exist without gold and cocoa, which we import on a large scale from Ghana. It is quite simple. We need the raw materials, and you have the raw materials.
Why? Because even without Ghana, you can't have chocolate, bitch. You don't have shit. Nothing. You have nothing. Where do you live? Switzerland? You know what? Oh, your climate isn't suitable to grow cacao plants. You can't grow it there. So you know what? You don't have native chocolate. You want chocolates? You want sweets? You want to have a good Valentine's Day? You know what you need? You need Africa for that shit.
Resulting trade and business should benefit both countries. This principle is part of mutual respect. Gold and cocoa can create work and wealth in both countries. But it also brings with it a responsibility that both countries bear. In Switzerland, the public and parliament conduct heated debates about how companies here behave abroad, whether they take sufficient consideration of social, ecological, and economic aspects in their business dealings abroad. Human rights are always an important consideration in economic development. Switzerland and Ghana can look back on excellent cooperation in this respect. Ghana was the first.
You sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy as a
African country to commit itself to the voluntary principles on security and human rights. In 2014, When Switzerland first chaired this initiative, the aim is for states, companies and NGOs to commit themselves to ensuring that human rights are actually respected in mining and in oil and gas fields. And what can we target at today's talks during this historic state visit? I would like to see us discuss our joint economic relations in a spirit of partnership and look concretely at where we can make further improvements. Ghana is already Switzerland's second most important trading partner in Africa. It is obvious that Ghana is increasingly striving to process raw materials in addition to extraction of them. That way, more added value remains in the country, which is a very understandable desire. For its part, Switzerland would like to support broader economic exchanges. Ghana is one of our few partner countries in the field of economic development cooperation. Switzerland, by this program, can participate in the efforts of the private sector to diversify the economy. One obvious area in which a closer exchange would be beneficial is environmental and climate protection. Our countries are both particularly affected by the climate change. Ghana's coasts are threatened by hurricanes and rising sea levels. Switzerland's glaciers are melting and temperatures here are rising at twice the global average. It is of great importance to us to work closely with Ghana in implementing the Paris Agreement. We are also keen to explore ways of strengthening export controls on electronic waste under the Basel Convention. Mr. President, Excellencies, so many links that bind us, and there is great potential to even more cooperation. And it is high time for this state visit. Mr. President, the Federal Council in corpore wishes you and your delegation a very warm welcome to Switzerland. Thank you.
I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his
When the craving hit.
Excellency the President and members of the Federal Council, I've had the privilege of visiting Switzerland several times since becoming President of the Republic of Ghana. My last visit was to Davos nearly a month ago, where I participated in the 50th anniversary meeting of the World Economic Forum. At the invitation of its founder and executive chairman, the world-renowned Professor Klaus Schwab. Happily, it is much warmer here in Bern. I thank President Simonetta Sommaruga, head of the 7-member Federal Council, for the honor of this state visit and for the opportunity to make this brief statement in the Federal Assembly, Switzerland's 2-century-old House of Parliament. Excellencies of the Federal Council, relations between our two countries date back to the 19th century, when the Basel missionaries arrived in Locos, now Ghana, to undertake evangelical work. The missionaries pioneered the establishment of educational institutions across the country, including our first agricultural school at Akropong, my paternal hometown, in the eastern region of the country. Indeed, my own late father, President of Ghana's Second Republic, who was deeply imbued with the Presbyterian attributes of discipline, industry, integrity, and thrift, was a famous product of Akropong's celebrated Salem School. They are also credited with the establishment of health facilities, including a missionary hospital at Agogo in the Ashanti region, and were instrumental in the spread of the cultivation of cocoa, a commodity which has been for the last century the mainstay of the Ghanaian economy. The Christian community in Ghana is greatly indebted to the Basel missionaries, who were also responsible for the translation of the Bible from English into two of the main Ghanaian languages, and who have been accorded due honor by us. The names of Inter Elios, Andreas Ries, Johannes Gottlieb Christener, and Fritz Ramsayer continue to reverberate in our history and collective memory. I've also personally benefited from these very good relations, because the first European head of state to visit Ghana when I assumed office as the 5th president of Ghana's 4th Republic on 7 January 2017 was your 91st president, Her Excellency Mrs. Doris Leotard. Excellencies, in recent times
is Kyle. He invented one wheel to destroy boredom.
The ties of friendship and cooperation between our two countries have grown even stronger. Technical and financial assistance from the Swiss government, which had provided to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, have helped it carry out its activities and achieve its vision of becoming the preferred center of the continent for training, education, and research in matters of African peace and security. Again, in September 2014, the Swiss government provided assistance to Ghana, which helped ensure that the country did not record a single case of Ebola, the virus which unfortunately ravaged some neighboring countries in West Africa. In May 2017, our two countries signed a $2.6 million United States remittance grant facility to help lower the cost of remitting money to Ghana. Ghana is currently Switzerland's largest trading partner in sub-Saharan Africa, larger from the export of gold and cocoa to Switzerland and the import of chemical and pharmaceutical products, as well as light machinery and military equipment from Switzerland. However, as I have stated on occasion, Ghana no longer wants to be dependent on the production and export of raw materials, including cocoa beans. We intend to process more and more of our cocoa in our country with the aim of producing more chocolate ourselves, because we believe that there can be no future prosperity for the Ghanaian people in the short, medium, or long term if we continue to maintain economic structures that are dependent on the production and export of raw materials. We intend to add value to our raw materials, industrialize and enhance agricultural productivity. This is the best way we can put Ghana at the high end of the value chain in the global marketplace and create jobs for the teeming masses of Ghanaians. It is for this reason that my government continues to put in place a number of measures aimed at attracting investment into Ghana, as well as stimulating growth of the private sector. We have succeeded over the last 3 years in ensuring that all our macroeconomic indices are pointing in the right direction. Cut our fiscal deficit, introduce a monetary policy that is stabilizing the currency and reducing significantly the cost of borrowing, and have introduced a raft of tax cuts which are bringing relief to and encouraging businesses. These interventions have led to Ghana recording
Hyundai Elantra versus Honda Civic. Hyundai Elantra wins every time. Lease an Elantra.
Annual GDP average growth rate of 7% since 2017, making us consistently one of the world's fastest growing economies during the period. We are one of the most business-friendly economies in Africa, evidenced in our status as the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. Ghana has also been selected to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a market of some 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of US $3 trillion. American dollars. It is the world's largest free trade area since the formation of the World Trade Organization. Our goal is to make Ghana the hub of trade in Africa, and thus serving notice on Swiss investors to take advantage of the growing business-friendly climate in Ghana and of our unique position as host of the AFCFTA Secretariat to set up joint venture enterprises in our country and thereby access this huge market that the free trade area presents. Excellencies, Madam President, I'm pleased to inform you that our country is fully committed to a democratic present and future where respect for individual liberties and human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of democratic accountability are at the core of our body politic. Ghana stands shoulder to shoulder with Switzerland in our joint determination to promote and protect human rights across the globe. I'm hopeful that as we shape the future of Ghana and position Ghanaian enterprises to compete effectively on the world stage, we have friends such as the Swiss Confederation to support us in this objective. We're determined in Ghana to ensure that succeeding generations of Ghanaians do not become victims or pawns of the international economic order, but her beneficiaries. Indeed, the project is a Ghana beyond aid, a Ghana which has discarded a mindset of dependency, aid, charity, and handouts, and is charting a path of self-reliance in her progress, fashioned out of the intelligent and disciplined use of her considerable human and material resources. I thank you for your attention and for the honor done the Republic of Ghana by conferring this state visit on her president, being the first since our nation became independent 63 years ago. Thank you very much indeed.
Make beats like this, it's a vibe. Let's make some fire. We can drag one of the
Hello Explorer, thanks for joining us again and welcome back to our channel. If you're joining us for the first time here at Explorer, we go beyond borders to bring you inspiring content and also some very educating information. Hopefully you found some time to check our previous videos. If you haven't done so, we would encourage you to do so. Today we are exploring the country Ghana. For those of you who don't know Ghana, we'll be able to explain to you how this country has transformed. The reason why Ghana is a unique and successful example of any African country. Moving forward, we will analyze to you the Ghanaian people and the structure of the nation and dig deep into its agricultural systems and to let you know why Ghana is a shining example within the African continent. So without any much delay, we shall just go straight into it. For those of you who don't know Ghana, Ghana is formerly known as the Gold Coast. It's a country in Western Africa, just north of the equator. It is situated between Cote d'Ivoire and also Togo, and is bordered by Burkina Faso in the north and by the Gulf of Guinea and the Atlantic Ocean in the south. With regards to Ghana, the country covers an area of just over 200,000 kilometers square, making it slightly a small country if you want to compare that to nations like in the UK, or it may also even be smaller than comparing to a specific state in the United States like Oregon. Ghana's terrain, if you understand, offers mostly low plains with some scattered hills crisscrossed by rivers. And there is also Lake Volta, the world's largest artificial lake. Mountain Afaja, also called Afajoto, is Ghana's highest peak with just over 800 meters. If you extend this, the hills is located at the Agumanta range. Main rivers are the Black Volta, the Red Volta as well, and the White Volta. They merged into one river, Volta, which has been dammed at the Akosombo to form the lake.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Meet Simply Unlimited, our most affordable plan for unlimited data, calls, and text.
Volta, the world's largest artificial lake as it is known. The people of Ghana are interesting. The Ghanaians' population at the moment, looking at normal recent figures, is just over 29 million people. It's divided into some ethnic groups. Of course, there are 75 ethnic groups in Ghana. The most densely populated areas of the country, Ghana is not just only Accra. These are other areas around the coastal areas, the Ashanti regions around Kumasi, and the Ashanti capital. The capital also, the largest city, of course, is called Accra. The different languages here are spoken, but English is the official language. You do have other languages like Akan, you have Twi, Fante, and also there are about over 70 more West African languages that are being spoken in Ghana. If you are new to Edisplorer, we will encourage you to subscribe and share our videos to your different networks. If we decide to share Ghana's information, digging deep into its background, Ghana formerly merged the British colony of the Gold Coast and the Togoland Trust Territory. Ghana in 1957 became the first sub-Saharan Africa in colonial Africa, so to say then, to gain its independence. A long series of coups resulted in suspension of the constitution in 1981 and a ban on political parties. A new constitution restoring multi-party politics was approved in 1992. Then Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, of blessed memory, head of state since 1981 at the time, won presidential elections, moving that up to 1992 and up to 1996. But based on the renounced constitutional prevented him from running for any elections again, and that led to a transition into the Ghanaian democracy, which we all currently see today. Ghana is a shining example for other African nations based on its system and regular, free and fair elections. Currently, they are having another election that's currently going on. But again, the Ghanaian people have demonstrated that they are a force to reckon with. With regards to the political system in Ghana, for those of you who want to know a little bit more, the Ghana considers one of the most stable countries in West Africa. The nations maintain a constitutional presidential multi-party democracy. The chief of state, as it is known, and the head of government is the president. Executive powers is exercised by the government. Legislative powers is vested in both the government and also the parliament. Understanding the Ghanaian people, we've talked about the population of Ghana. There are different ethnic groups in Ghana as well. In terms of religion, Christians form over 69% of the population. Muslims have just over 15%. And traditional and indigenous beliefs also do have just over 9%. It's interesting to let you know that those different languages, which includes Asante, as we've pointed out, Twi, Akwen, and Fanti, form different groups. Ghana is known as a major player in the world. In terms of its economy, it's interesting. Wonderful cultural presentation. The country has been attracting different businesses from all over the world. It is a shining example of an emerging economy. For those of you who don't know, that Ghana is Africa's second biggest gold producer and the second largest cocoa producer. The country is rich in diamond and oil, but Ghana is also having other regional disputes with its neighbor Ivory Coast as a result of other issues. That's a topic for another day. Moving forward, the country currently has moved to an extent where they are competing in a whole lot of ways. It has built an infrastructure which is an envy for other African nations. If you are new to Edisplorer, we will encourage you to subscribe and share our videos to your different network. When you look at the natural resources, Ghana has it in abundance. They do have gold, timber, diamond, bauxite and manganese, including fish. In the terms of agriculture, Ghana is mentioned with regards to that area. They produce cocoa, amongst one of the highest in the world, rice, coffee, cassava, peanuts, corn, and shea.
The world has changed. You don't need to sell at events and galleries anymore. You can go directly
things. They have incredible industries as well that are emerging, and some are already established, like in the mining sector, lumbering, lights manufacturing, aluminium smelting, food processing, and a whole lot of things. Ghana recently discovered oil as well, and the government is investing heavily into that part. Again, they are also involved in exportation. There are different commodities that include oil, gold and timber, as well as tuna, bauxite, aluminium are different things. They do businesses with other countries like India, Switzerland, and China. France does businesses with this particular country as well. And of course, they are also involved in heavy importation. They import capital equipment and also refined petroleum stuff from other countries. They also have importation partners. They deal with China, Nigeria, the Netherlands, United States of America, and also other nations within the sub-region in Africa. Ghana is an interesting country. When you look at it, it's been the main destination for migrants coming from developed nations. Those who are living to come to live in Ghana are coming from the United States. There are lots of returnees recently. It's as a result of the attractive nature of the Ghanaian system, which has been prized as an example in the African continent. Ghana attracts lots of tourists over the years. The Ghanaian music is known. It has an incredible sport national theme that competes heavily in international competition. The country has just built a new international airport, which was an example of a huge investment. Again, Ghana is setting the way forward, but we're going to be looking at the way things are going to be changing. Of course, others will say that Ghana might face a slowdown as a result of the COVID-19, but that is yet to be seen. But at the moment, Ghana is leading the way as an emerging country that has had a clear focus as to the way they want to lead their own country. If you are new to Edisplorer, we would encourage you to check our previous videos and subscribe to our channel, and we keep bringing you more inspiring content. With regards to culture, Ghana has interesting reserves as well. It's a country that has huge tourism aspect. It's good to visit and understand how the country has transformed. They have interesting cities like Kumasi, Ashanti, and you have other places around the country. Others will say Ghana is not just about the Accra area. In the education system, Ghana has some of the most well-renowned universities like Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, University of Ghana, and they have produced some exemplary experts coming from that particular part. The country has emerged. We all will be looking as to how Ghana will sustain this investment in the coming years. Hopefully, we've been able to inform you with regards to Ghana. For those of you who feel that Ghana is moving to the right direction, we would like to hear from you. For those of you who feel that COVID might slow the current development to a different direction, we would also like to know. For those of you who have visited Ghana, please leave us your comment, what your experiences were. Otherwise, we want to thank you for watching Edisplorer. Hopefully, you can give us a thumbs up and also share our videos to your different network. For now, thanks for your time and have a good day. We're looking forward to meeting you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Mr. Shit for brains ain't got shit else to say. No, cause hey man, some trolls need to get the lesson. You know, get all this lesson. Say what you want to say, cause I'm gonna keep saying it back. You wrong, and you wrong. And I keep pulling up ways
And
to
then his
prove.
name is Babyface, dude. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
of
like,
course cause
he's obsessed.
yeah, with black culture, and you're mad that the great Robin Harrison was able to spin that story of Bebe Kids about neglect throughout parenting in the black community and still come out on the other end with a positive message about it. So you can't even use the name properly because we only make good shit. You're so obsessed with our culture, you had to even name yourself after one of our greatest comedians' body of work. Kid had not big than Rambo. And then I seen the cops in me. I started yelling for cops, help, police, help me. He pulled up, he said, oh, hell, them babies kids. We don't die, we multiply. I seen a little girl chase a gang of Crips home. Talk, we multiply, huh? Multiply. Oh, damn.
I guess everybody up there.
Why y'all ain't in church? Y'all motherfuckers sitting here watching. I swear, y'all rather watch some YouTube.
Oh my god, you gotta see the last couple of things I just shared. There was a thing of Jesus running away, and it said when Jesus find out the black people ain't believing in him no more, that his word ain't working.
I don't got control over these motherfuckers' minds.
It's still so early. I'm at the work what's up, Sam Reader or something.
Whatever is going on, whatever happened that day.
I think I hurt someone.
It's that time again. Sony have revealed the free games for the month of June 2021 for us PS Plus subscribers. Like always, the following games can be downloaded from the first Tuesday of the month, which so happens to be June the 1st. This month, 2 games are available on the very same day they release. Pretty good. We don't have time for this chit-chat. Let's do this. When May the 4th arrives, we all expect the Star Wars game to hit PS Plus. And it never does. But just like last year, the Star Wars game appears in June instead. This time, it's Star Wars Squadrons. This one is only 8 months old. As you probably guessed by now,
You want some? Well, you can't handle it.
The adventure begins via a single-player story mode in which we play fighting for the New Republic and the Evil Empire.
Can't handle this shit. Man, this is picture worthy. I'm gonna have to take a picture of my food.
Interceptors to the heavy-hitting bombers and everything in between. There's even a support class if you prefer to play as the healer in your group. There are more than 50 component upgrades for your vessels, which can be swapped out the way you want to take the fight. Be sure to try the fleet battle mode.
Come on. Do it down. There it goes.
Your team will either be protecting or outright destroying capital ships, and even a Star Destroyer. Reviews average out at about 7.5 out of 10. The only question now is, will you try it? Game number 2 this month is Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown, the iconic one-on-one fighter from Sega. Although Virtua Fighter doesn't get the attention like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken, it has definitely done as much to progress the genre as the others. As part of Sega's anniversary,
Yeah, Virtua Fighter. The first time I played Virtua Fighter, yo.
to a new generation of consoles, and by that,
All right, so I was a Sega fanatic. I had almost every Sega console, and the first time I played Virtua Fighter was on the Sega Saturn. Motherfuckers, y'all ain't even old enough to remember the Sega Saturn, yo. The Sega Saturn came out right before the oh my god, what was Sega's last console? The Dreamcast. I had that as well. But yeah, the Sega Saturn came first before the Dreamcast. But yo, that Virtua Fighter on Sega Saturn, oh my god, that shit was so fucking fun. I had that shit, and I had the NASCAR race game, and I had this, I think, was it Star Fox was on there? Yo, the Sega Saturn was so much fun, yo. And they're coming out with another Virtua Fighter, that's crazy.
Ultimate Showdown, the iconic one-on-one fighter from Sega. Although Virtua Fighter doesn't get the attention like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken, it has definitely done as much to progress the genre as the others. As part of Sega's anniversary celebrations, Virtua Fighter 5 is brought onto a new generation of consoles, and by that I mean the PS4. This series was intended to end after the 5th installment, but could this be the start of a revival? I kinda wanna beat up my friends, and this seems like a good outlet. Sound off in the comments with your thoughts. In fact, let's learn something about all of us now. Have you ever played a Virtua Fighter game before? You can be honest. I'll be lurking in the comments to find out. Over to the PS5 now, and Operation Tango. This one requires 2 people to play. Thankfully, only one person needs to own the game, and the other plays totally for free. You'll be playing as secret agents sent out to retrieve something and escape without ever being noticed. And that's where the core mechanic comes in. One agent is in the field, while the other is a hacker, helping them along the way. Perfect coordination is needed, and communication is everything in Operation Tango. You will need a mic, you will need patience, you'll need a sense of humor. Operation Tango has no review scores yet, as it releases on the same day we get it, and I'm looking forward to playing. So, you can grab all those from June the 1st, but if you're looking for a game to play right now, how about World of Warships Legends? It's totally free to play and allows you and a bunch of friends to captain your own vessels and take on other players around the world. I made a quick guide when the game first released. I'll link that now if you're interested in giving this a go. To celebrate 2 years since the first beta weekend, aircraft carriers have been added to the game, with 3 US and 3 Imperial Japanese vessels to get to grips with. This is a totally new class to master, utilizing both the air and diving torpedoes. So if strategy and communication are your thing, or maybe you simply like blowing stuff up, World of Warship Legends is available right now for free. Thanks very much to Wargaming for sponsoring this video. I'm Adam, you're awesome. I'll see you next time.
I love my Squarespace site's simple and beautiful design. It feels fresh, clean, and I can easily update it myself anytime.
All skin folk ain't kin folk. I tell you that now. All skin folk ain't kin folk. You know who set up Malcolm X? Some black people. You know who set up Huey P. Newton? Some black people. You know who set up Marcus Garvey? Some black people. You know who set up Fred Hampton? Some black people. I don't be surprised. You call them spooks. Motherfucker, the spook who sat by the door, nigga. You ain't nothing but a spook. I see him all the time. I see him all the time. They don't know no better. They stupid. You know? They easily manipulated. He ain't nothing but a spook, nigga. Ooh, oogie boogie. But spooks don't scare me. I'm not scared of nothing or nobody. No. Fear is the mind killer. Once you start fearing shit, you can't think straight. You can't think straight, you can't solve problems. And if you can't solve your problems, then you doomed to fail. So can't let no spook me. You big dummy.
Before you scroll away, you need to hear this. Republicans across the country are moving fast.
Whatever.
Objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
We just have to face the fact that maybe we're not alone in the universe, which hurts our ego a little bit.
And the Senate wants answers.
Anything that enters an airspace that's not supposed to be there is a threat.
My name is Brian Bender, and this is my abduction story. I call it my abduction story because sometimes I felt like I was getting sucked into this UFO enthusiast world. Here is your guide to understanding what's going on with the Pentagon and UFOs. Politico started delving into the UFO issue when we reported one of the first stories about the existence of a Pentagon UFO research office. It's not just they have an office that's looking into this, but there's some real experiences that our pilots are reporting that are getting at least some attention in the Pentagon. What I came to understand was that even within the military, there is a reluctance to look into these things because I think military personnel have been concerned about being labeled, tinfoil hat wearing kooks if they start talking about UFOs. But clearly, there were enough reports that they really couldn't ignore it. Since the UFO task force became news in 2017, more politicians are more comfortable than ever talking about unknown
The UFO task force.
We have lots of reports about what we call unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Let's take a quick look back at how this all happened. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force launched Project Blue Book to look into UFO sightings, but you'll hear more about that later on. Fast forward to 2008, the Pentagon's secret UFO office known as ATIP was established. It wasn't until 2017 when footage of Navy pilots witnessing UFOs leaked and the existence of the Pentagon UFO office became known that the story really started to get interesting. By 2019, members of Congress were receiving classified briefings about UFOs. In 2020, the Senate Intelligence Committee, led by Senator Marco Rubio, decides they want to request a government report on UFOs. A public report that not only pulls together what the government might know about UFOs, but more importantly, what they're doing to get to the bottom of these mysteries. When the Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program was created at the Pentagon, It was given a fairly innocuous sounding military name. That way, there was no reference to UFOs. In the summer of 2017, my reporting uncovered that this office had existed. They'd been given a significant amount of resources, and so I started digging to find out the origins of the office, also where all that money was spent. And it was former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid who secured $22 million to establish the UFOs ATIP program. Next on our journey, we talked to some politicians themselves. Good morning, Senator Reid. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I was the first to get involved in this, and much to the consternation of my staff, they told me stay the hell away from this. It's not anything that's going to help you.
So at the time, it sounds like your political advisors thought that this could be damaging politically. In other words, if you're associated with this, people will think Harry Reid has lost it.
It's not just a bunch of weirdos that are thinking about this. I think it's people are really curious. The time we spend on this, the more people are beginning to understand.
Are you hopeful that some of these very secretive agencies will be willing to share more of what they're seeing, what they're gathering?
What we have to do is understand that the level
That's a
of
damn rap.
transparency. The administration has an obligation to make sure that the information they have that is important to the security of our country, make sure members of Congress know what's going on.
One of the biggest challenges, not the biggest challenge in this subject is, and this is true of any subject, but when it comes to UFOs, it's kind of on steroids, and that is separating fact from fiction, from fantasy, from theory.
Yeah, that was good.
There's a million theories, and lots of different perspectives on what these things could be or not be.
Something strange happened in the skies over Arizona that still hasn't been fully explained.
Fife Symington was one of thousands who witnessed one of the most famous UFO sightings in recent history. He was also governor of Arizona at the time, making him probably the highest public official to ever report a UFO. I met with him at the Arizona Historical Society, where there was a new exhibit to the Phoenix Lights. So take us back, 1997, you're governor of Arizona. You were on your way home from the governor's office, right?
Yes, and I've been listening to the news. There've been some sightings, and I said, you know, I'm going to go take the car, and I'm going to try to get to the high ground and take a look and see if I can see these Phoenix Lights that everybody's talking about. I was being a truant. I was with my detail, and I drove my car down and crossed the 51 and went up into this little park. And there were a whole bunch of people. It was really dark. A whole bunch of people standing around, and I just sort of very quietly moved in and turned and looked to the west, which is where the bright lights were. And then somebody in the crowd said, "Oh my God, look at that!" And so picked and turned, and there it was. It was coming right over us. You know, it was Squaw Peak in the background. It was really majestic. The thing that really was extraordinary was there was absolutely no sound at all, no noise. I mean, and everybody was quiet, and it just passed over, and no jet engine noise, nothing.
So as a pilot yourself, unlike anything...
Never seen anything like it. Never. No. I keep telling my friends that nothing will really ever be settled until whoever they are decide to land on the White House lawn and get down and say we've come in peace.
So we know the government has studied UFOs and the phenomenon.
I remember that, the Phoenix Lights, and that was the mayor, and that shit was so big. And at first, like, his handlers was telling him, no, don't say you saw fucking a UFO. And so he didn't say he didn't see anything. He was just like really vague with it. And the preliminary interviews that he gave, like that next day or whatever. But then like years and years later, he's like, yo, I don't know. Yo, it just seemed like he can just talk more freely about it now. But back then, as being the governor of the state, for some reason he wasn't like saying like, oh, I saw UFOs. But I remember that shit good as fuck too, the Phoenix Lights. That shit was big news because like hundreds of people saw that shit, yo, and everybody was calling into the police station, yo.
So who is supposed to put this together and release it?
I guess I can agree with you on that. because your Playroom only links you to your Twitch channel or your YouTube channel. So there is no such thing as a Playroom channel. Playroom is used to link you to other services where you can build a channel. Because if you use Playroom without going live, then it's just you, your camera, and the bots that are in the controller, and nobody can watch that shit. So, yeah, your Playroom is not a channel. I mean, you can play in Playroom. You can play in there and do stuff in Playroom, but nobody's going to see it until you link it to your channel.
And yeah, the language is
There's
pretty
no way to
specific.
know whether they're going to tell them.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're going to lie. I don't think they're going to make stuff up. But
They might not.
they might not include all of this.
Right. I'm most interested, I guess, in what the name is, because they're the most vested.
Already?
It's their fault.
They're still riding on the village, right?
So,
Which
what
is
are they gonna say?
technically
I think the government has created a lot of their own problem when it comes to this topic.
Because I got
don't
Resident
subscribe
Evil
to
7.
Majority of the conspiracy
Biohazard, that shit was scary as fuck. And I've been watching a lot of people play The Village.
One of the generals said, that's okay.
But my shits are Resident Evil 1 and 2, Resident Evil,
are a concern for national.
Resident Evil 1, 2, and then which one was it? When they were in Africa with the pretty black character in there. I think that was like 6 or 5. And then Resident Evil 7. I played Code Veronica and some like I've been playing Resident Evil since like the first one, yo. Dead Rising, that was pretty good. That was on Xbox though, right? The first Resident Evil, I remember that shit. I remember like when it first came out. It started the survival horror genre, and I'll never forget the first time I played Resident Evil. Yo, that shit was creepy as fuck. And then they had Silent Hill come after that, and like some other games try to do it, but you can never really recapture that first Resident Evil. How they put that game together, that shit was so fucking scary and creepy, yo. For a video game, it was like, what the fuck? Love that shit, yo. Like I said, I done played at least 5 of the Resident Evil games, and they have a lot of branch offs that they did for like the handheld versions, and then some remakes and some sub stories like Code Veronica and other shit like that. And now they started remaking them all again to get rid of the clunky tank mechanics where you walk this way, walk that way, and then you can't shoot, you can't move and shoot at the same time. So now the games are a little bit more fluid in motion, but still, it won't beat the first time ever playing that shit, yo. Dead Rising 4. Isn't that on Xbox? Because when I had Xbox One, was it Dead Rising 2 or 3? I remember running around in a fucking suit of armor, and the zombie, like the crowds of zombies on Dead Rising, yo, that shit is thick as fuck, yo. There's like 600-700 zombies on screen at one time.
works. Oh, he's back.
For Mafia? I got Mafia 3. I didn't play the first 2 installments of Mafia, and I don't know, I didn't finish Mafia 3. You were the mixed guy coming back from the war, living in some fictional city in Louisiana, and you got the one black lady running the bayou area, and then the Italian guys having the casino area. I don't know. I don't know. The story was okay, and then I think it was more like the missions, the strategy in it, and the gunplay. It just wasn't exciting for me to play that game. I don't know. I never finished Mafia. I have Resident Evil Biohazard. I never finished that either. It was, I don't know. I like the fact that they're trying to. Yeah, but then they were like I say, just by being a mixed character, trying to have the character be able to see racism from both sides and all of this stuff, and you let that nigger get a job here and all this shit. Yeah, it was like, whatever. It wasn't like, oh, I gotta finish this storyline. And then Biohazard, I didn't finish that either. Like I said, I'm happy that they kind of moved away from the Umbrella Corporation and that whole thing with the zombies or whatever, and try to tell a different kind of story. But I don't know. I played Resident Evil 7 in VR though, so it was VR compatible, and that shit is what I would have expected a VR experience to be. It's like the graphics are really good, and if you set the controllers right, it's very fluent in movement throughout the game levels, and I don't know, it was a pretty good game. I just never finished it, yo.
He's about to show y'all something.
What show on Adult Swim? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I've ever seen that show before. Boondocks. Nah. Why, is it any good? Should I check it out?
So I want to welcome you guys back to more Biomutant. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome just to Then we're only
Oh
on
my
part 3.
God.
Here's what I was gonna do. Can I go into video to
Some
video?
shit
If you
happened
guys
in
would like
Miami,
more
a
of this
shooting.
game, just keep all the likes and support. I'll definitely.
2 killed, more than 20 wounded in a mass shooting at a rap concert in Miami-Dade, police say. It was
20?
20 wounded and 2 killed. I gotta see when
Crazy.
this actually happened.
At a rap concert.
They say it was reported at 4:49 in the morning. 2 people were killed and up to 25 wounded in a mass shooting at a concert early Sunday morning in northwest Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade do get crazy. One of those injured is in critical condition according to police. The shooting started after midnight at a concert at a billiards hall in the 7600 block of Northwest 186th Street, an unincorporated area of the county west of Miami Gardens, blah, blah, blah. El Mula Banquet Hall had been rented out for the concert. Some concert goers were outside when a white Nissan Pathfinder pulled up. 3 unidentified people stepped out of the SUV with assault rifles and handguns and began shooting into the crowd. 2 people were shot dead at the hall, and 20 to 25 others suffered gunshot wounds. One of the injured is in critical condition. We believe this is a targeted act of gun violence. El Mula was hosting a Memorial Day weekend album release party on Saturday night, featuring several live performances from local rappers, including ABMG Spitta, whoever that is. Sounds like they wanted to get whoever the rapper was to me, but they just started shooting into the air, and it was 3 different men. That could have been a hate crime.
You mean the N-word episode? Because I'm pretty sure the S-word is a typo, but yeah, the N-word episode where the teacher called the student nigga, and I said it with an A-H, not an E-R. And it's like, let me borrow a pencil, nigga. Can a nigga borrow a french fry? I never used that word. He called me a nigger. Because it's based on an actual story that really happened in real life.
You want to see the funniest shit ever?
S-word? Which one? Marijuana sniffing dog also really good job. They really should be. Wow.
Like, really? Their job? I didn't know they had bills to pay.
The S-word? What episode is that?
There's a shooting like every day.
Damn.
Vietnam detects hybrid of Indian and UK COVID-19 variants 9 hours ago. COVID 2.0.
It's a derogatory racial remark that has divided people for many years.
And a J. Edgar Hoover elementary teacher has now been suspended over calling a student the N-word. Stacey Renee investigates what happened and why.
And what did he say specifically to you?
He said, sit down, nigga.
Riley Freeman is a...
So why is it the S-word episode when it is the same episode I was just talking about? It's the N-word where, yeah, the teacher calls the student a nigga. But the teacher says, well, I used it the same way they use it. That's what we were taught. We were taught to use the same words and phrases that they use. And so the kids in class say it all the time. So I just said, sit down, nigga. Yeah, so, but this comes from a real, it was a real incident that really happened, like. But yeah, for some reason I did not know it was called the S-word.
It is a word that evokes many emotions in people. It's a derogatory racial remark that has divided people for many years.
And a Jefferson County High School teacher has now received the longest suspension on record for calling a student the N-word. WHAS Lebanon's defender Renee Murphy investigates what happened and why in this story you'll only see on 11.
Valley Traditional High School is in the middle of a racial controversy right now. A teacher used the N-word towards a student. The word is only 6 letters long, but the impact is far-reaching. And we do want to warn you that some of the language in this story is strong, and it may offend you, it may offend some other people. But since this story is not just about the N-word, it's also about the teacher's intent and definition of the word, we have decided to leave it in the story for you to decide. And what did he say specifically to you?
Sit down, nigga.
Keyshawn Chambers is a freshman at Valley High School, a Boy Scout, a football player, a
Okay, wait a minute. He said, so now you see, it's the exact same.
Great student at J. Edgar Hoover.
Hold on.
And a J. Edgar Hoover elementary teacher has now been suspended over calling a student the N-word. Stacey Renee investigates what happened and why.
Animated.
And what did he say specifically to you?
He said, sit down, nigga.
Yo, they just animated this whole fucking interaction with the fucking the real from the real news clip. That's all they did. They took this story and turned that shit into the cartoon for the week. And what did he say to you? Sit down, nigga.
And a Jefferson County High School teacher has now received the longest suspension on record for calling a...
And what did he say specifically to you?
Sit down, nigga.
Keyshawn Chambers is a freshman at Valley High School, a Boy Scout, a football player, a member of the ROTC, an honor roll student. He was hanging around his teacher's classroom door in December. The teacher told him to sit down, and the teacher says that Keyshawn used the N-word first.
And I just kind of was stunned a second. Well, then get away from the door, nigga. And I repeated the same insult because that's sort of what I've been trained to do.
The school district says that is not what they trained English teacher Paul Dawson to do.
He tried to say I said it, and I didn't say it, and no one else in the class knows that I said it, because I didn't.
Documents from the school investigation show that several of the students interviewed from Valley did not hear Keyshawn say the N-word first. Dawson says that students use the slang version of the N-word at Valley High School all the time. He says N-I-G-G-E-R is a racial slur, but says that students use N-I-G-G-A as often as they say dude or hey man. And Dawson says as much as he does not like the word, he still uses the slang version to feel more comfortable with black students.
Why is this word used so frequently? So I just don't understand it. And
You
I'm
said it, so I
trying
thought I
to.
could say it.
No, the cartoon version.
Great
What?
student at J. Edgar Hoover Elementary School. He's a basketball.
Is it? Oh, this isn't the whole episode. Here it is it? No.
The version of nigger ending in ger.
Yo, I'm telling you, that's all they do is animate that shit. Yo,
When kids can go around willy-nilly calling our kids the N-word. Me and my boy have suffered tremendous unspecified mental and physical damage from this.
Mr. Petto claims the version of nigger ending in ger is the racial slur, but that he was using a different version of the word ending in ga. That means the same as buddy or best pal. He insists that he was using the friendly version of the N-word to better relate to Riley.
I used the word, I admit it. I thought there was a difference between nigger and nigga. I thought I understood this whole thing, but I guess I don't. I need help. Whenever I hear the rappers, they say, nigga. It's in all the music. Look. Rap songs that use the word nigga in a positive way. There's tons of them. Look, real nigga roll call. Niggas bleed. Jigga my nigga. Niggas for life. Real niggas don't die. Shame on a nigga. Suck a nigga. Ain't no nigga.
The school is investigating the incident, but in the meantime, Mr. Petto has been put on unpaid leave.
I just couldn't believe it because nobody ever called me a nigga before.
And how did it make you feel?
Like I was less than a person.
Like I was less than a person. Yo, Riley played that shit off the fuck,
that
yo.
evokes many emotions in people.
And I just kind of was stunned a second. Well, then get away from the door, nigga. And I repeated the same insult because that's what I've been trained to do.
The school district says that is not what they
That is not what we trained him to do.
He tried to say I said it, and I didn't say it, and no one else in the class.
You know he said.
Yo, they even had the two signs like that in the cartoon, yo. They had them exact two signs, yo.
Students use NIGGA as often as they say or hey man. And Dawson says as much as he does not like the word, he still twice before using the N-word.
I will never say any form of nigga. I'm serious.
You just said it.
Paul Dawson says that he is sorry for the way things were handled, but Keyshawn says that he is not looking for any apologies.
Apologizing is some.
What kind of example are you setting for your students if you use a word that you don't want them to use?
Upon reflection, that's not good.
Dawson was suspended for 10 days without pay from January 9th to January
10 days.
That's all he got.
10 days.
He says that he's learned from this experience and hopes that
if I was him, I wouldn't even be able to go back to that school after that. Like, sir, you just embarrassed
Ain't no
yourself.
nigga, soccer nigga, jiggle my nigga, real nigga roll call, nigga bleed.
But then he says, I'll never say nigga again. You just said it.
I'll never use this word nigga. And there's another one that was
twice before using the N-word.
I will never say any form of nigga.
Comedy Hack News, I'm Dom Smith.
A lot of people don't know that's a good chunk of the Boondocks episodes are like just some real shit they took from the news and just made that shit.
Even at the comic strip back in the late 90s, series creator Aaron McGruder would often get
R.
calls.
Kelly Jones, they just took R. Kelly and made that shit into the fucking show, yo.
You know, when the wife was obsessed with the, what's his name? Thuggalicious or whatever.
Oh my god, yo. That was Young Thug, the new gay rapper.
Even suspended on some occasions for its content.
The mom was obsessed
The television
with that.
show would get a similar response, as some episodes never aired because how they depicted real-life people. Ronald Reagan, Condoleezza Rice, George Bush, and Cuba Gooding Jr. have all been made fun of in the strip. The tradition of offending others was continued when the show debuted in November 2005. Al Sharpton famously criticized it for its Martin Luther King episode.
You get 2 weeks off.
The Boondocks has never shied away from being provocative, making fun of pop culture and current events. No matter how offensive, the show has always contained a social critique based on the way we think and behave. Whether or not you're a fan of the Boondocks, the content has always created a discussion, and it's never been offensive for no reason. It's always had a purpose. Here are some of the times the Boondocks roasted real-life situations and people. The trial of R. Kelly was intended to be the first episode of this series. In the episode, the R&B singer was put to trial for urinating on an underage woman. Riley was in support of R. Kelly because he was a fan of the music, and he wasn't alone either. Many characters in the episode didn't want to see him go to jail. Huey, on the other hand, didn't see it that way. The episode was in reference to a video that surfaced in February 2002, allegedly showing him having sex and urinating on a teenage girl. Kelly was indicted in Chicago on 21 accounts of child pornography. When police searched Kelly's home, multiple photos, video cameras, and adult tapes were found. However, the evidence was thrown out due to it being obtained illegally. When Kelly was found not guilty in the episode, the courtroom cheered as Kelly himself performed a concert for all who attended. But Huey Freeman wasn't having it.
What the hell is wrong with you people? Every famous nigga that gets arrested is not Nelson Mandela.
You a fan of R. Kelly? You want to help R. Kelly?
Get some counseling for R. Kelly.
Introduce him to some older women.
Hide his camcorder.
But don't pretend he's a hero.
Yeah, don't pretend he's a hero.
The government conspires to put a lot of innocent black men in jail on fallacious charges. But R. Kelly is not one of those men.
The second season episode of The Story of Gangstalicious Part 2 aired in 2008, and it shows
You want to help R. Kelly?
dropping a new clothing line.
Introduce him to some older women. Hide his camcorder. But don't act like you're a fucking hero. They be locking us up for no reason. But this ain't one of the times. And this not the time right here.
And Jaden Smith, all the scene were in clothes very similar to the clothing line by Gangstalicious. It might be a stretch to say that Aaron McGruder saw how hip-hop was changing, but who could predict that he would hit the nail right on the head? In the episode, Riley would also convince some other rappers to help remix the song Homies Over Hoes. Unlike Riley, Huey immediately knew that a song about staying loyal to your boys instead of your woman was kinda gay. The concept of the song sounds similar to Future's lyrics in the 2020 song Life is Good. I ride for my niggas, I lie to my bitch. One of two episodes that never ended in the United States was the hunger strike. The episode roasted BET and made fun of several executives at the network, including Deborah L. Lee, who was CEO, and Reginald Hudlin, BET's president. Interestingly enough, Hudlin is credited as an executive producer on the Boondocks, although he's had no involvement in the show since the original pilot.
That's why he still get that money though.
Hunger strike refusing to eat until a public apology for creating BET is made and the network is shut down. Like many other episodes, Magruder used Huey as a lens in order to give his real-life critique on how BET is doing more harm than good. When asked about BET's programming, Magruder said, "I was looking for changes and improvements and I didn't see any. I didn't see them, so I said, okay, it's fair game." The third season began with It's a Black President, Huey Freeman. The episode was a documentary that followed the 2008 presidential election. Riley supported Obama simply because he was black. Granddad also supported Obama despite not knowing any of his policies. Thugnificent had no idea who Obama was, but quickly jumped on that Obama bandwagon in order to make himself more profitable. But he was quickly outed when he couldn't name the three branches of government when his character appeared on Bill Maher. The episode ends with several characters voicing their disappointment.
And Uncle Ruckus was like, don't vote for that nigga. I was with Uncle Ruckus, I ain't gonna lie.
For Obama, just because he was black without knowing his policies. A 2010 episode parodies real-life kid, Latarian Milton, who stole his grandmother's SUV.
Oh yeah, he turned that shit into shit. I smoke with cigarettes.
4 cars, ran over 2 mailboxes, and almost killed several innocent people. When Milton was interviewed for the news, he was asked why he took the car. Milton
I like doing bad stuff.
It's fun to do bad things.
But did you know that you could perhaps kill somebody?
Yes, but I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
A month later, he was in the news again. Milton and his grandmother were in a Walmart and she refused to buy him chicken wings. Milton got mad, walked up to the counter, and decided to order them anyway. When his grandmother tried to stop him, she said he snapped and he started hitting her wherever he could reach. In response to this, police picked up Latarian and brought him in for a psych evaluation. The event was parodied in the episode called Smoking with Cigarettes. In the episode, Riley meets 8-year-old Milton Tayshawn, who picks him up in a truck and takes Riley for a ride, much like the real-life incident. Riley and Milton end up doing more bad things like throwing objects over a bridge and causing more accidents. It looks like Latarian continues to go down that same path, as he was just arrested for robbing a Lyft driver, stealing the driver's wallet and jacket, and escaping in his car with some accomplices. It looks like Latarian still enjoys doing hood rat shit with his friends. Just another example of the Boondocks mocking real-life situations. In the same season, the Boondocks parodies yet another interesting real-life figure, Felice Johnson, better known as the Booty Warrior. Johnson made a name for himself after an appearance on MSNBC's Lock Up Raw.
Booty was more important than food. Booty, a man's butt.
In the interview, Johnson made it known that he had no shame in his game in the pursuit of other inmates. Johnson was originally sent to jail for armed robbery on July 26, 1979 at the Kentucky State Penitentiary. His original sentence was 10 years. In 1987, Johnson picked up additional charges of endangerment and first-degree assault, which added 18 years onto his sentence. In October 1990, he was charged with assault on a corrections officer 4 times, which extended his sentence an additional 20 years. Between 1981 and 2013, Johnson was up for parole 13 times, but he was deferred by prison officials for his behavior while incarcerated. Johnson was released from prison in September 2015. Prison records show that he raped over 157 men during this time. A Date with the Booty Warrior aired in the 3rd season of the Boondocks, and the episode followed Huey and Riley going to prison.
I don't want to go to jail and be anally raped.
Johnson's speech in the episode is almost word for word what you hear in the actual interview, which shows just how unafraid the Boondocks was in capturing these real-life moments. In 2010, the Boondocks aired an episode called Pause. In the episode, Granddaddy gets casted in a play by Winston Jerome, who was a direct send-up of Tyler Perry. Winston Jerome's most famous character is Ma Dukes, which is just Winston in drag. Granddad spends weeks rehearsing for the play, being forced to stay inside a compound and unable to see Huey and Riley. It's quickly discovered that Winston Jerome is used in the play as a gay cult. Tyler Perry's devoted fan base and repetitive scripts are roasted. Magruder made very little effort to disguise who he was making fun of. Pause was one of 4 episodes banned from Adult Swim. Rumor has it
probably why I didn't see that
Turner
shit.
Broadcasting owns both Adult Swim and TBS, which aired House of Pain and Meet the Browns at the time. Perry called in and threatened to rethink his relationship with the company. The episode hasn't aired since and isn't available on any streaming services either.
How do
And
you
who
get
can
it?
forget how
You
viral
have
the
to buy the
Popeyes chicken
collection, a hard
sandwich
copy of
went
the
in the
collection?
summer of 2019. Lines were out the doors at every Popeyes, fights broke out, and someone was actually killed while waiting in line for the sandwich. In the episode, everyone goes
never heard
crazy
that.
over Colonel's fried chicken. When they announced that they ran out of chicken, riots took place much like they did in real life. The episode makes fun of the KFC free grilled chicken giveaway that happened in 2009. Oprah Winfrey endorsed the chicken and offered free coupons on her website. As a result, the promotion caused shortages of chicken at KFC restaurants, which in turn caused riots.
This was just the latest in a string of violent incidents at Popeyes locations since the re-release of their
I still have yet to go to Popeyes and never try their food yet.
slamming a woman to the ground.
It's like, no thank you, no
breaking 6
thank you.
of her ribs, her kneecap, and shattering her arm.
God damn.
The episode also mocks the swine flu epidemic, as everyone who ate the chicken got sick from it. Magruder himself said he likes poking fun at black public figures who deserve criticism but never get it from the left. I can hit those people and it actually stings them because they've never been hit from that side before. No one is safe when it comes to the Boondocks commentating on what's happening to the world around us. And the fact that the show doesn't hold back is one of the reasons why we love it so much. Stay up to date with the latest news and comedy by subscribing here to our YouTube channel and follow Comedy Hype across all social media. For Comedy Hype News, I'm Dom Smith.
How did he say Smith just now? Damn. Yo, what up, guys? Yeah, Boondocks was that shit, yo. Boondocks was definitely one of my favorite shows. I didn't know Aaron was so young looking too, yo. They showed a couple pictures of him. Really young, man. Alright, let's listen to this real quick, yo. This was 15 hours ago. He got another one. Yo, my man be catching all the predators out here, yo. Moose done got on one. Then the tag says, I was waiting on my son. Yeah, right, nigga. It's an old dude too, yo. Ugh. Old, creepy, old looking guy. He got a nice ass Mercedes Benz though he's driving.
You here to meet somebody? Yes. Who you here to meet?
He looking around all funny.
You can talk to me or I can call the police.
Look how old he
Talk
is.
to me or do you want me to call the police?
Oh, coming to meet a boy.
He probably was gonna meet the little boy. Let's see. He's so old looking, yo. Like these old creepy guys.
That's me. That's me. How old did Rob tell you he was?
I knew it.
You don't know?
Coming to meet a
How's it
boy.
about that?
I don't know, dude. I try to post some NFT on Rarible, and then so I had to learn a little bit more about cryptocurrency. So I just took like a week, and whenever I had some time, I started like studying cryptocurrency, and so in order to post a non-fungible token is what they're called. You have to first purchase cryptocurrency to use as gas, and so I started purchasing some Ethereum and just started with like I think $20 of Ethereum. But then you can't buy certain shit with that. So then I had to actually buy some Bitcoin in order to get whatever started so I can get onto the platform, and then you can use other types of crypto on there. And then when I went to try to transfer my digital art into a token, I didn't have enough cryptocurrency in my wallet, and I don't know, it just seems, because I'm not that tech guy, and I would have to like have somebody always monitoring it and watching that shit for me, because I won't do it. But it seems like I definitely need a little to invest at least another $50 or $60 into cryptocurrency just to even set up a page where you can post your NFTs.
You never remade the flyer.
What flyer?
The online thing. It still has that thing tag on it. The boot tag.
Alright, so let me
I just wanted to remind you because it's somewhere.
I'm gonna do this now. Go to my page and take that off and redo it. And go to
Well, maybe you did make one, but you didn't finish it.
what?
There's two on here,
Hold on.
but this one doesn't have all the information from the other one, so I just swapped the information from this.
I thought I canceled that one out. Because like you said, I tried to duplicate it and redo it, and then it just seemed like it wasn't letting me link Black Scranton to it some kind of way, so I just like, fuck it, and I thought I just hit done or whatever.
Let's see if I can edit this original one, because it says it's a draft. Just have to add the location and stuff. Well, let's see if I can edit this one.
So yeah, I actually bought a tablet and everything just to try to get into digital art, and that's a whole nother topic right there. Just trying to. Just trying to learn a different medium, you know. So the one I've had this design for about a year now, and I figured that it'll be the easiest one for me to do like NFT design for. Where would it be? Oh damn.
I'm like, why is it not coming up? But I'm taking the street.
So yeah, this is my hip-hop-topus. I feel like, well, it says 2021, but I drew it last year, and then I digitized it this year. But I feel like this could be a dope-ass NFT, and then you can change the color of the background or or of the octopus itself if you wanted to. And so I already had a set already set up for like 5 different colors, and someone can purchase the green, the blue, the red, the yellow, or whatever other color. But yeah, and I still have I got Coinbase, the Coinbase app with crypto just sitting in there. I kind of watch how often it fluctuates now. But as soon as I find some more time, I definitely need to get more education into it. I'm not going to completely just like say, oh, I'm not doing non-fungible tokens, but just right now it's just like I gotta learn more shit and invest a little bit more money into it before I can. You can't, scare money don't make money. You got to spend money to make money. And all them old sayings. I might put that on the shirt. Don't steal that shit, even though it's an old saying. Don't scare money don't make money. I like that. Big bank take little bank. I gotta work on a logo for my best friend today too, yo. Man's Property Services. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look up other property management and property service companies and just steal their logos, basically. I hate to even say that out loud, but this the game. This how the game is played. It took me a long time to realize that. Cutthroat. You stole my logo, man. That shit is clearly a different font and a different color, bro. Come on. It's not your logo anymore. It's my logo now. It's mine. It's clearly a different font, bro. Stop playing. Those aren't even the same colors, man. So what? We had the same idea.
I think this one is good.
Let me.
Check on the phone and see. I'll check on both phones. It's so early. I feel like we've been up for 5 hours.
Yeah, because we've been up for 5 hours.
Alright, so the engineer just responded to me.
That's what I don't understand. Like, see, the second time around, it wouldn't let you even link anything to it.
When I did it here, it'd be, yeah, but I don't see the event on Facebook, so it might not even be public. Oh, I see it now. Travis creating an event. Event by Travis, address, hosted by.
See, even if I want to put co-host and I search Black Scranton, that shit won't even come up, yo.
Well, let me try. Yeah. But at least I got the other one deleted. That had the other group in it. Event settings. Co-host. Black Scranton. Why is it not coming up? Is it under something else or just under Black Scranton? I mean, I can put a co-host, but it won't let me do Black Scranton now. I don't know why.
Exactly, that's the thing, right? So what I'm gonna try this real quick. Let's see. If I go to Black Scranton's page, and how do I copy the link of the page? Wait a minute. Okay, screen time notification. Yeah, but where would I copy our link from? Alright, copy page link. Bam. Alright, so I copied that link, right? And now I go back to my page, go to my event, I go to edit here, and then it says online event format, external link, and then I'm gonna paste my Black Scranton link in there. Done. Done. Let's see if that says anything. Online, Facebook.com. Oh, it doesn't say Black Scranton though. Click. Can you go click on that now? If you click on the link that says online, Facebook.
On my account?
On the event.
I don't know. I don't honestly how we're gonna do this. It's still off of there, but I don't see how we're gonna get Black Scranton on there.
Click the thing. Now go down and it should say online. Go scroll up, right in the online somewhere. Public free, no.
Duration 3 hours. Public anyone on or off of Facebook.
Where the fuck did it go just now? Because I had the online link and it goes to Black Scranton.
Yeah, and there's nothing linked down here.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to.
You want to link the group for Black Scranton here?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to edit it the other way and put them as the co-hosts, and it wouldn't let me do that.
No, yeah, not.
I mean, this is making, like, creating a group, but this is not. That's why I said. Now, I could call it.
No, it says stay connected to your guests by linking a group to your event. You can create a new group around your event or link an existing group. Yeah. And then I put in the Black Scranton thing and it says, please provide a valid group name.
Because they're still probably making you make the group.
Or what if I do www, not Facebook, but Black Scranton. .org.
See, it's only gonna let you invite the people that already RSVP. So maybe once Black Scranton RSVPs from their page, or if you go on there and do it like that, that might be a way to do it.
So this is just some random shit that's not even in existence. Like, that's so dumb. Yeah. Now I won't be able to delete that, will I?
Delete the post or
the group that I just tagged in there.
I don't know. You can see.
Unlinked group. Okay. So why couldn't I do that the first time and just unlink the fucking group?
I don't know. Definitely was weird.
Oh, but it's still in there, and it still takes you to this page. There's nothing. Even though I unlinked the group name is still in there. How do you just delete all that shit and start over again?
Really bad.
Oh, my bad, guys. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing trying to create this group of music. Honestly.
And if nothing else, I can remake it and just copy and paste everything right back over and make it look easy. If you didn't already delete it. You deleted it.
So I'll do it from here.
It's easier to do from the desktop in my opinion.
Let's see. My cousin and his girlfriend.
I wasn't even gonna start touching stuff. I was like, let me just pass that back and mind my business. Oh, they cute. She's cute. They're cute together. They're cute for each other. Cause everybody
He's so chocolatey, yeah.
He's chocolatey, and she's really, really white. Opposites attract.
Yeah, like really white though. Like so white.
Well, opposites attract.
Where is
light skin man?
Life event? No. Edit? No. Where do I add hobbies? Add. See, I don't even know where I can go right here to create an event. That shit is. Even other. Create. Okay, here a page. Okay, create event. Online. No, this is an in-person event. Okay. Name of event. Let's see. Date. How do I do this?
Babe, you don't have a Zelle, do you?
Huh?
You have Zelle?
Zelle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I think. But I prefer PayPal first, Cash App second.
Yeah, I got PayPal, but he was like, he was like, Cash App is fine, but if you have Zelle, it's better because I hate the Cash App fees. And I'm like, I got PayPal. I can get somebody to Cash App you for me. I started doing what you be doing and unfriending people.
It's your birthday? Bye, nigga.
Right? Like, I don't know you, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
You gotta go, bro.
About your birthday? Bye,
No,
nigga.
not at all. Just unfriended all these motherfuckers. Then it's funny because sometimes they'll re-request you and it's like, oh, my bad. Like that one person that was like, I ain't gonna take it there, but you know what they said. Feelings were hurt. It's a lot of people with birthdays on Wednesday. 2, 4, 6, 8, almost 10 people. Oklahoma City authorities arrested a 37-year-old Christopher Tomberlin in Oklahoma City after they say he faked his death for nearly 6 years to escape authorities. He was wanted for violating parole after being convicted of attempted murder in a 2015 attack on his girlfriend in Georgia. Wow, this was in their making. He also bit her and threatened her life. Who does that?
I forgot how I worded that shit. A 2021 art exhibit hosted by the Black Spartan Project in celebration of Travis's 40th birthday.
Yes, but that's why I said you shouldn't have deleted it, because you could have just copied and pasted. Speedy Gonzalez. I need a nail shop that's open on Sundays.
Alright, a 2021 art exhibit hosted. See that? What did I say? Hosted B? Alright. 2021 art exhibit hosted by the Black Spartan Project in celebration of Travis's birthday.
People are gonna be so confused, like, which one do I which one do I click on? It don't matter, just make sure you come. I need to go mop and switch that laundry over.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta go to the beauty store.
What if maybe because I am like Black Scranton, I can't link myself. But if I gave you admin authority and allowed you to edit the post, and maybe you could link Black Scranton.
I'll try. What you need that? You need that pillow?
No, it's okay, edit. I was trying to get back to the edit portion, but no, I don't see.
If you want me to edit it for you, I don't know. I know you were in the middle of painting. I just was like, it's Sunday, so we need to do this shit now.
Yeah, but I don't see how I can make you admin on here.
I need to go to the dispensary. We always got the same strain of the day.
Alright. I don't know, I think the picture looks different too from the one that's on my computer. I guess I didn't edit it like the one that was on my phone.
You should have just copied and pasted. It's not coming up with the right ink on it. It might just be showing you a preview though too.
I don't want the one with the right on it.
Oh well, there you go then. Because the original one did. Cool.
All right. Alright, it looks alright, I guess. Let me see if I can make it add a little bit. Anyways. At least I made it an account to start with. I mean, an event to start with. And somehow I linked a group to the event that I really didn't want to link to the event. So I was trying to figure out a way to edit it and take it off, and I couldn't do it. So I just had to delete the whole event and create a new one. So that one group isn't linked to it anymore. Can you get me one more cup of juice? What is that? A snake bite? Yo, I need a cup of juice. Mm-hmm. Yo, I got this girl on these snake bites hard now. That shit's delicious, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. You did that. Whoever taught you that, that's a good name.
Yo, it's just so good.
Because it's like, ooh, but it's so good though.
It's just like sweet and bitter and I don't know. It has that fucking little
for breakfast. And I mean, shit, we've been up since 4 or something in the morning, so.
It has a little kick to it, yo. Fucking snake bites is a nice little drink, yo.
Yeah, I'm shocked. When you bought that, I was like, I'm gonna trust you, but I don't know about this.
She was looking at that shit crazy, like this motherfucker getting some Yukon Jack.
Right, like the lime juice. I'm like, okay.
Like who the fuck drinks Yukon Jack?
Right,
nobody.
Like who you been hanging with?
Nobody don't drink that shit.
Old heads. That shit is good though.
And all you gotta do is add one thing to it, yo. That shit, it turns to delicious.
Especially, oh my god, but it is so much better because I put it in the freezer this
Yo, when
morning.
that shit is ice cold, yo.
Yes.
When that shit is ice cold, it's just like, what the fuck, yo?
When I was cleaning before I cooked it up, I'm like, let me just throw this in there.
Yeah, let me get some more juice and then I'll get back painting. I'll probably do like a couple hours. But you say you about to run out anyway, ain't it?
Maybe not right this second.
Alright, well. I'm chilling here. We probably do like a 5-hour stream today because I ain't got shit else to do. It's fucking Sunday and I ain't gotta go to work tomorrow. So fuck it. We'll be in the studio for a while just working on these commissions.
Oh, I forgot.
What?
Oh, I forgot. We're off tomorrow.
Yeah, ain't no work tomorrow.
I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I'm like, oh, we gotta get ready for the week. Like,
ain't no work tomorrow, man.
Well, it probably ain't getting no hair products or going to get my nails and feet done today either then. Mm-hmm. And a lot of shit gonna be closed tomorrow, so if there's anything we want, we gotta get it today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Well, more reason to drink soup. What else you want? Because I know you're gonna want something else. You want a snack?
I don't know, because I ain't got no more chips. I ate all them damn chips.
And you want me to run to the store and get you some chips?
No.
Alright, well. You want pistachios?
Yeah, bring some pistachios up. Because goddamn it, ain't no work tomorrow. I'm be in this bitch all day. I ain't got nothing to do today but paint. You know what I'm saying? And we making some good progress. You see, as you can see, I'm slowly adding the second layer of paint. So this is the underpainting. Oh my god. And it's not all the way dry. Shit. That red is wet as fuck. But reds always take a long time to dry. But anyway, I can still work around as much because the eyes and this top portion here is dry. It's a little bit, the hair isn't as dry either. But we can still work around the eyes a little bit for another hour or so. Most of the skin tone is dry. Like I say, darker pigments just take a little bit longer before they start getting tacky. But that's okay. So yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit more detail, add some more lashes around that eye, and try to start squaring off the eyebrow there, and adding some more highlights into the cheeks. And then that piece is the last one, the last commission I finished. I'll finish this commission. Oh, let me see. So this one is done, and after I do this one, Then I'll work on that one. And so I'm just waiting for this to get dry enough so I can ship it out. Hopefully by this weekend I can ship that off to its owner. And then after that, we'll get back into some of my own paintings. Yeah. So just staying busy. I can't believe I took a shot of liquor just now. At what time? It's 9 o'clock. But we've been here for 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. So I've been here since early this morning. 5 o'clock, yo. 5, 6 o'clock this morning. Chronic, what up? Yeah, and I sent her a price list, and that was the last thing I heard from her. I'm gonna just tell you right off the bat, you don't deserve no woman that look that good, bro. I know you. I know you for a long time. You don't need no girlfriend that fine. What you doing with a girl who look like that? You don't need nothing like that, man. But anyway, I sent her a price list, man. I'm gonna tell you, man, your girlfriend just like everybody else, bro. I send them numbers and they go quiet on me. You know, they just get quiet. I don't care how fine she is. I'm worried about the money, man. I sent her a price list. I ain't heard nothing else from her. I was like, damn, man, just like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? And she too pretty for you, man. And she trying to buy you some art. Man, what you doing, man? Man? Hey, bro, what you be whispering to that girl at night? That fine ass girl ain't trying to buy you no damn painting, bro. That shit crazy. I bet she don't just come bring you snacks and shit like that, though. See how I just get snacks out the blue? Just hand it to me. You want to see Chronic Pain girlfriend? You can't really see her because she one of them private people. She ain't gonna let you look at her page.
Oh, she's sweet.
This pretty girl trying to buy his ass some art. What wrong with this? She must be crazy, though.
Don't you know what they say about pretty girls?
Mm-hmm.
They like ugly.
That man got a fine ass girl trying to buy him some no shit out the stove, but some original art.
That's sweet.
That motherfucker
must be a good man.
He must be
good
doing,
job.
He
He's doing something. Exactly.
Well, hey, you gotta teach me some secrets about what you doing.
I mean, I don't know what he looks like, but she's cute and she's sweet. I'm here
This
for
motherfucker named Chronic Pain. How handsome can he be?
She looks like a Jersey girl. Is she Italian?
You know what I'm saying? Look who up in here. Yeah. You know I'm just fucking with you, bro.
That's sweet though.
But she soon as she hit me up, I was like, oh shit. She got the list, like she got all my information and all my contacts, so Whenever she ready, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whatever y'all want to do, I'm ready. I'm right here for you, bro. You know how? You know this all I do, my dog. this all I do, bro. You know, we good. You still don't need no girl that pretty, man.
She's Puerto Rican.
Still, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, you better watch out.
Yeah.
Pretty and crazy. That's what's up, though. You got you a good woman. That's hard to find. It is hard to find. So I know.
Yeah. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up, nigga. If she gonna cut something. A Puerto Rican from New Jersey, oh, she gonna
go Lorena on you.
She gonna cut something, nigga.
I fuck with people from Jersey though. Like, they rowdy, but they keep it real.
Yeah, I can imagine. You know what I'm saying? You better keep her happy. Because she Puerto Rican. From New Jersey. And then you keep her happy too. You keep a smile on her face. I don't want to read no shit in the newspaper about y'all niggas.
What's up, though? That was creative. Her idea.
Real pretty Puerto Rican girls always seem to have them big ass uncles and brothers and shit. I don't be liking that shit either. What's up, Vato? Like, damn, motherfucker, where your big ass come from, nigga? Go sit the fuck down somewhere.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So she really been there for you.
Oh wow, yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah. Bro, that's a rough one, bro. Damn. 30 years, bro. Wow. Wait a minute. That is a long time, but you was married for 30 years.
You doing the math of how old?
Yeah, your new girlfriend ain't even 30 yet, bro.
How you gonna talk about somebody?
I'm just saying.
How you gonna talk about somebody having a young
Wait a minute, because you was married when I was 10 years old. And you were married for 30 years. You were married when I was 10. Ooh. And your girlfriend looked like she 26. That means if you were married for 30 years, you 50-something. Wait a minute. How you 50-something with a 27-year-old girlfriend who buying you art?
She 36, but you still pushing. You pushing 60, so
she
you
36.
I'm assuming y'all could have got married when y'all were 18.
You 45. She 36. I see 27 and 50. You can tell me what that. I'm just saying what I see.
We're just making light though. That's really sad. And there's really no words, to say.
No. But that's what's up, though, man. It takes some people a long time to get over a loss, but at least you got somebody in your life. You know what I'm saying? See, that was gonna be my next. I was about to bring that up right there. That's that part right there.
Oh. Yeah, so you definitely got a youngin', but that's the thing when you have kids young. It's like you grown. Just depends on the person's maturity, because young man ain't it for me.
Yeah, after 30 years though, that'd be tough. That's tough. I say you're in a good spot now, though. Your kids good, everything good, man. You good. You got your good young woman, and that's the only weird thing about life. That's my whole philosophy on life. It's a fucking party. Life is a fun ass party, and sometimes people gotta leave, but the party don't end. It don't matter who leave. My grandma had to leave the party. My uncle left the party. I'm still here partying. Like, You still a part of the party, and everybody else who at the party with you, everybody still gotta have fun, yo. So keep making good memories and having good experiences. So when you leave the party, it's your time to leave the party. Everybody else at the party, they still joking and laughing about some crazy ass shit you did. Oh, you remember when that motherfucker was still here at the party, and he said such and such, ha 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 ha, and that's all we can do, yo. You know what I'm saying? But everybody gotta leave the party. You know what I'm saying? Some people leave before we do. You know? You gotta get on that Call of Duty. I'm gonna enjoy this motherfucking party while I'm here, goddammit. Shit.
Me too.
Same to you, bro. Yes, sir. Man, Chronic been doing this shit for some years now. My brother in arms. Damn, now you make me want to get on some Call of Duty. I'll be on the game later if I can stay up. I say I'll probably do another hour, probably about 5 hours in the studio. Cause ain't no lie, I've been running my mouth a lot this morning, smoking and talking. But I'm definitely gonna get some game time in the day. I got a lot of shit done yesterday, yo. I accomplished some stuff yesterday. He's an extraordinary cat. Do you get sick painting all the time? Like physically sick or like just mentally drained and tired of painting? No, because one time I don't know. I really do think like I may have like some skin issues due to the fact that I use solvents over the years. I don't know if there's like some cumulative effect and that almost every day there's a little bit of thinner that gets on my hands and absorbs into my skin or some shit like that. And like, I don't know, like, are my hands dry and crackly and, you know, because I've been using this thinner for so many years, and is that like some kind of skin irritation or am I just like mentally drained from painting?
Before you start painting, can you do me a really quick favor? I need you to cash that right before. I'll be value if you cash that.
And what else you do for cash it? I got it. Alright, so where were we at? Oh, we were making this post for my art show. That's all done now, so you can go back to YouTube and find something interesting to listen to. Oh, what were we listening to? My man Musa. Get this old ass fucker for trying to meet up with a 15-year-old boy, you nasty ass creep. You're somebody's grandfather.
I knew he was going to see a boy.
Nasty ass little creep. Bored? I never get bored of painting. That's how you know you have a passion. Because some people can get bored, like, oh, I'm so bored. I'm bored. There's nothing to do. I'm bored. Like, when I feel like that, I paint. And then when I'm tired of painting, I'll go play some video games or something. Oh, I'm tired of playing video games, you know what I'm saying? Me and my girlfriend do some things so I don't stay bored. You know? Then you can watch movies and stuff. And then you get tired of doing all that shit. Then you be like, you know what? I feel like painting some more. I never get bored of doing this shit, yo. It's like telling some kids, some elementary students, go outside and have recess. They might get tired of playing around, but is they bored with it? Hell no. Let them catch their breath for a little bit and calm down and get some water. They gonna want to go right back out to that shit. No, I'll never get bored of painting. You get bored of eating. You just get bored of like consuming food. No, but I get full sometimes and I don't need to eat. I ain't gonna never be bored. Like I never want to eat again. It's too time consuming. No, I don't ever feel like that.
Extraordinary Cat said, "What's the hardest painting you did?"
Technically, the hardest painting I did is a painting I have called Royal, of this little black girl holding a rose, and she has on this very intricate designed dress that she's wearing that has a lot of like woven details into it. And so it took me a long time to get that to look the way I wanted it to. A very, very long time I worked on that painting. Prior to that one, there is one I did of myself where I have my bookshelf behind me. And it took a long time for me to paint my bookshelf with all the books and everything on it. And I was like, this is my grand masterpiece, and it still is one of them. But when I did the little girl in the dress, I still feel like that one took me even longer than it did to paint my bookshelf.
Extraordinary Cat has two other questions. Did you from the start you could paint? Did you know from the start you could paint, and then they said, how did you find out you could paint? I guess, so could you always paint, or was it something you found?
Well, I had a really good art teacher at a young age, and so she introduced me to all forms of medium. I mean, we did literally everything, even photography, and we had a dark room where we developed our own film. Like, she taught us every type of art form, paper mache, clay molding, color pencil, chalk pastels, oil pastels, charcoal, watercolor, oil paints, acrylics, almost any type of medium you can think of. We got into, even when I was in high school, like digital art was just like cutting edge, like for the average person, you know what I'm saying? But we were already working with digital art and everything. So she taught me so much. And so I already understood like the basics, the very fundamentals of how to work with different mediums. And then when I decided to get back into art, for some reason, oil paints were what I decided to use. I have no real reason for wanting to do that. Like I said, since I was already exposed to all types of medium as a kid. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you what really informed my decision. I was a big fan of Bob Ross, and the first oil paint set that I bought was a Bob Ross beginner's paint set. And so that's why I got oil paints, because, you know, I like Bob Ross. I wanted to be a good painter. Bob Ross was a good painter. I figured I should buy his stuff. And I started painting using Bob Ross's beginner paint set in 2009. And I painted by myself, just doing what I want to do until that next year in 2010, I moved to Virginia and I met my mentor. And from 2010 to about 2012, I had a art mentor. And ever since 2012, I just been really just trying to hone my own skills and figure out how I want my own art to look, because I really do enjoy looking at other artists and, you know, other styles and techniques, but, you know, I just want my art to look like my art, because you can show me, like my favorite artists, you can show me their stuff without their names on it and I can tell it's their work. And there are some famous artists where you don't have to see their name. Like a Norman Rockwell painting, I don't have to see his name on it to be able to identify one of his paintings, because he has this certain style to it. The same way Picasso and Gauguin and Monet and Van Gogh and Dali and all these people, you look at a Salvador Dali painting, you don't have to see his name on it. You're like, oh, that's a Salvador Dali, because his style is so unique to him.
I always know Frida when I see her.
And her art, you can just tell her art. And Georgia O'Keeffe, and when you look at her art, and it's just like, okay, that's definitely one of her paintings. And there's Amy Sherrill, who did the painting of Michelle Obama. You don't have to see her name on her paintings. Like, if you see an Amy Sherrill painting, you be like, okay, I know that's her art. You know, her style is just her style.
They said, what's the most you sold a painting for?
$8,000 so far.
I was about to say that. What was the first painter you painted?
I've never painted a painter.
Interesting. You're asking some very unique questions, but
Oh, I have painted a painter. I have a painting of me and Fahamu Peku. Fahamu Peku is a South Carolina-born, Atlanta-based artist who focuses on the masculinity of the African American male by using himself as his main subject matter. And he's internationally acclaimed and is in some of the most prestigious museums and personal collections that you can find. So if you are not aware of his art, I would definitely recommend you search Fahamu, Fahamu, Fahamu Peku is Pecu, I think. But I've been to several of his exhibitions, and I've had the opportunity to speak with him in person and take some photographs with him, which I did ask his permission. Like, would you mind if I turned any of these photographs into paintings? And he said, no problem. And so, so I did paint a painter. Fahamu Peku is the first and only painter that I have painted. I'm painting a painter now, because this young lady is also an artist and she's a painter. But this isn't for my own personal collection. This is actually a paid commission. So it's kind of different, but the same.
You said, what would you be doing if you weren't a painter?
I don't know, because I still have a regular job, so I've just always been doing art. But the thing is to do this full time, so I don't have to have a regular job. Right now I work for a non-profit organization that's community based, and we help people transitioning out of state institutions and trying to transition back into normal civilian life. And so we give them as much guidance and assistance as possible. We also work with troubled families, individuals who have lost the custody or they are in danger of losing custody of their children. So we offer several different parenting classes and support groups and facilitate child care and assistance to those type families in need. We also do vaccine and food drives for the community, GED testing for prison inmates, and counseling sessions for men as well. So do a lot of good shit in my everyday job. I don't hate my job like a lot of people, but still the ultimate goal is to be able to sustain my livelihood through art solely through my art and no other means of income, unless it's other business opportunities which are tied to art, like selling my brush holder or some shit like that. If you go to my YouTube channel, and I think you can click on my playlist or uploaded videos, you can also check out like episodes of another TV show that I do, where there's not much of a cast and crew, but like I do have like people that help me produce like a more edited 30-minute TV show.
Put this thing on with this old man.
The
old pervert. And the dude just sent me the track.
Who?
Brandon just sent me the track. Stan didn't send me his version yet.
No?
Yeah. That's why I just paid Brandon for it. So
but he already did it that fast?
It was already done, remember? And then I was like,
Well, play that.
I haven't heard it though, so I have no idea how it's gonna sound.
And you already paid for it.
Yeah. I mean, he normally does his thing, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is dedicated to my lover. You know who you are. You know who you are. This one's for you, baby. Your love tastes like peaches.
there. It sounds too airy on that. You make me want on the echoes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you put.
Like he did that like phone booth underwater.
Yeah. All you gotta do is like add a little reverb to it. We did like too much somewhere. I don't know. I like it better than Chase Mix.
I like it better than anything anybody else has done, and it does sound still good. It's just not what I had in mind.
I don't know. It's just almost like the fucking raw sounds better. Like what the fuck, man?
I know that's what I always have that problem. Like why can't you fix my voice? Why does it sound better?
How is the raw sounding fucking better than a fucking mix?
I know the raw you can really hear like all the vocals and stuff, and I feel like you really like my voice is already soft. So
yeah, who recorded that?
I recorded that with P.
Yeah, P just I don't know.
I know.
Nobody can't work behind him on the fucking
I
track.
feel like, yeah, I'm wondering is that the problem?
Why can't nobody come behind him and hear it the way that he fucking heard that shit?
Which is so weird because even when I was recording with James, like I feel like my stuff sounds better at P's with less material, less equipment, but people were actually able to come in and work after James. I don't know. I'm just like, damn, why the original do sound better? But I paid the money. But honestly, I might be able to put my little trick on it and see if that kind of brings it down.
Yeah.
So I'll try that.
All right, this looks really blurred out in my bag for that, guys, because. There is one little trick I can kind of do to compensate for that, which is let's see.
I guess I gotta find some pickup right.
Tomorrow I may take my lights over there to see first if they even look right in the space and if it'll give it enough light where we need some or some additional light maybe. And if not, fuck it. You know?
The question is, who's gonna have to do the access of the try something. Sometimes when you convert it more, it makes it sound worse too. So I have to see what this does. it's so hard to find somebody to work with too, because they're mostly all used to just working with rappers. And then when you find people that, you know, are used to working with singers, like, it's just so difficult. I need somebody that can do it.
But you never change.
Hmm? You're not sleeping. You're high and drunk.
Yeah, that bit.
Well, go to sleep. I'm about to play some games.
Playing games with you? Why? Because you know we're going to lose.
And that's the way my pain never stay the same. But you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna.
Other stuff, sure.
You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. And that's the way my pain never stay the same. But you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make
So
me
what?
wanna, make
They ain't
me
gonna
wanna.
come through and have the best one, yo.
Never stay the same. But you never change. You make me
So how
wanna
much we done spent so far? $400? $5? It's
That was the charm, I guess.
It's still not happy, and then the free one might be the best one, yo.
I swear, yo, that's why I be wanting to invest in myself, and then be like, damn. Alright, so that was without it.
Never stay the same, but you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. And that's the way I've been. Never stay the same, but you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it with the deeper tones to it.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what nothing on it. That's how he did it.
And that's the way I've been.
And that's what the studio mix make it. And that's what the studio mix when it makes it sound like more high pitched like that.
And when you mix and master, that's smooth. It's just, it's the mix. And that's the thing. Like I do a lot of layering, so you can do what you want with it, because different people do different shit. But it's like if something don't fit right there, he known me for years, so he know he can cut whatever out of my song if it don't sound right. I'm not even on some lazy artist shit. This was like some more like free shit. I heard the beat and was like, and I made and recorded that shit the same day.
But you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. And that's the way I've been. Never stay the same, but you never change. You make me wanna sing. You make me wanna, make me wanna, make me wanna. You make me wanna, make me.
And I feel like right there is right. Certified Quality said, rise, ever get tired of trolling people? I don't see any trolls. You talking about baby kids? If Stan message back today and be like, here you go, I'm gonna be like, oh my god.
I'm gonna message him like, yo, do you have time to play around with that track in your free time?
And you know what? If he wanna do a goddamn rock mix on it, I don't even care. Or do what you do, big homie. Now I gotta go get my credit card. Rarely see any good drama-free streams anymore. Ustream was huge years ago.
I can hardly ever remember Ustream, but that was the time, Joe. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Like my Ustream channel was, I had 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers to my Ustream channel. Like way more people than I have on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like way more.
Certified Quality said, removed Ustream and Dailymotion.
Dailymotion was kind of ratchet.
Twitch came extremely closer to getting removed.
Yeah, and
Dailymotion, I actually know about Dailymotion.
but Twitch had to get their shit together, and that's now since they got sponsorships and their leagues and all that stuff. Like they got a lot of contracts out there for their content in order for it to be, you know, linkable and accessible by other motherfucking platforms, bro.
my first channel as Wigs had almost 1 G followers.
I'm almost at 5 hours. I probably won't stop streaming, but I'll stop an art stream and I'll go downstairs and I'll just play some video games for maybe an hour or so. You know, get some game time in, probably take a nap and figure out what I'm gonna eat for lunch. Oh, I got leftovers for lunch because we went out and had a fucking duck dinner last night. So I'm gonna have me some leftover red curry duck for lunch.
Some spicy duck.
Yo, that duck was so banging last night.
The
yo.
appetizers were great too.
Yo, and this service once again, yo, like
yeah, they were bomb. All those ladies, and the man was nice too.
I have never given like a review of a place, but I don't know. I might have to give them a 5-star review. Yeah.
They got a good tip too. They got more than 15%.
Yeah, cause they were just nice, and I was like, let me get the spicy shit. She's like, we got levels of hot 1 through 5. I was like, let me get 5. She's like, listen, 5 is really hot now.
It's just too hot. You won't be able to eat it.
You ain't gonna eat it. You're gonna waste your food. You're just gonna waste it and throw it away. So it's expensive. I suggest you get 2 or 3. I said, let me get 3 then. She's like, okay. So I got that 3. Yo, that shit man hot, yo. I ain't gonna lie, yo. That shit was just the right spice. I can imagine if I got the heat on number 5.
I can't imagine the 3 because I got a 1.
Yo, and the dude at our table next to him, I heard him say, he was like, I want number 4. I was like, all right, big buddy.
And I don't even think she argued with him. She was like, okay.
Yeah. But that number 3, that shit was hot enough for me. Hot enough for me to taste the spice and enjoy that shit. She was like, you ain't want it so spicy you can't enjoy it.
Channel reviewing food in restaurants. I swear, because we eat good.
Yeah, we do eat, yo. I ain't gonna lie, we eat.
And we big on good service. Like, oh, you didn't tell me your name. Oh, you ain't come check on us in the last hour. Like, what the hell you doing?
Yeah, the women were on it though. And the whole staff came and checked on us.
Three sips out of your cup, and they were coming to
fill that shit up.
I'm like, oh, this is the service I need. Like, and it's not that you feel like superior and you want to feel like royalty, but just the fact, like, I love that people pay attention to detail. Like, they're watching you, but for the right reason.
Yeah, and then it's like we didn't have just one waitress. Everybody was checking on the show.
Right. And I'm sure they probably just all split their tips down the middle at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. Like, how's your food? Is everything okay? Like, everybody asks us, was our food okay? You know?
And the person that cooks the food brings the food out herself, and she did that.
Yo, and then they box your food up for you. Like, anything left over.
Even your sauces.
It's like they...
She's like, oh, let me get you a cup for your sauce. Like, all right, Mama, you working for your tip today.
And they box...
They were busy.
Yeah.
When we went in, it was like, 3 families in there, and then by the time we were leaving, it was completely full.
Yeah, it was packed. The whole restaurant was packed, yo. And it's not my first time going there, so this is like I think that was my 5th time going there, and the food has been great every time, yo. That was the first time I actually sat down in there. No, I'm lying. The first 2 times I actually sat in there. I remember I took my son the last summer he came up here. That was like our last lunch we had before he left for the summer. I took him down there and we ate lunch there. But then COVID happened, and so since COVID, I've only ordered food from there once, and then now this time. But it was great. So yeah, that's gonna be my lunch today. And oh yeah. Another thing, more good news. My organization, we got our own coffee, yo. Me and my girlfriend went to go, like, let me put that back over here.
Don't close this tab up.
Oh, well, you need that downstairs?
I'm coming back up in a second. I gotta grab my card. I'm just taking stuff down as I go. So.
Okay, well, go ahead, because I'm just slowly shut down the stream.
Right.
But yeah, me and my girlfriend went to go bag up some of our coffee yesterday, which is pretty dope.
Oh damn, I didn't know how to do PayPal too. I didn't even have to go get the card.
So here's another piece that's coming out just nicely. I'm still early in the day, so I'll probably play some games, have some food, take some naps, and I'll certainly be back up here later. I'm supposed to start a logo design for one of my best friends too. I need to work on that. But I appreciate everybody chilling in the stream. What are you doing now? Oh, the mix on?
Generating the final. Yeah. Just spending more money for it to sound a little bit more less the same.
This has been a process. Alright, so when I come back up here, I'll start detailing the second eye, and then I'll work on the eyebrows a little bit. And then I'll try to work my way down a little, but the red on the lips is still wet, so we'll have to work around that and not be able to actually finish the whole mouth. D1, this man finally woke up. I can't hold you though, bro, because I know you be working long hours at 10:30 now.
Hey, up there. But I don't think I actually made a public thing. I think I'm gonna wait. Yeah.
What's up? What you got going on today? Chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get some food. Shit, relaxing. Okay. And then give me both of y'all. Shut up. What the fuck, man? You two, fuck that. What the fuck? Is he really? Is he really serious? He really wants to smoke cars. Nah. No, he ain't. The fuck is you doing? Wow, this nigga is crazy.
Maybe one.
Oh wow. What? Oh wow. I ain't gonna lie, Shawty, this is a nice ass car.
What is this for?
What's up? What you got
Nothing,
going on
I'm giving
today?
it back. Man.
Chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get some
I just signed out of my account and took all my stuff off because I know.
Yo, Chris just sent me 101 memes, so.
Is that right with that? Even though that song wasn't talking about shit, that was a hot ass song, yo. Like that was a whole anthem for several summers.
Write it down.
I swear. That's when music was still good a little bit. Like it was falling off, but you still had some good ass hits. And that's the thing about music back in the day. Even if they wasn't talking about shit, that shit still was hot.
Like I say, yo, catch us downstairs. I'm just about to go downstairs and turn on the PlayStation. We probably do a little bit more smoking and drinking. I'm just waiting till she take a nap. Smoke her to sleep.
I'm just predictable, huh?
Yeah. And I don't know. So what do we want to play? Some Call of Duty. We could play Call of Duty. Battlefield 5 or Watch Dogs Legion. Those are the Watch Dogs. That game is I don't know, it's so good, yo, to me. Just trying to build all your team for DedSec and hack all the different shit around town and try to bring down all of the corrupt motherfuckers and shit.
Yeah, I feel like that was the most interesting.
Yeah, Watch Dogs is a good game, and I've had all 3 of them. Like, I don't know, there's
Some
certain
of your games that you play, I can't sit there and be like, I don't care to watch the zombie stuff really that much, but
Days Gone is a good zombie game.
Yeah. You showed me some good ones. I'm just saying, it has to be like really, really good.
A good story.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going downstairs and turn on the other PlayStation. So it's not bye, it's I'll catch you guys in a few minutes. Peace.
'Cause I'm old.